What's cracking? Jacob Mullins in the building. What's cracking? What's cracking? What's cracking? How's everybody doing? What it do? What it do? What it do, man? How's everybody doing? We got a great show for you guys tonight, man. A great show, man. Another great show. Another great show. Another great show. I can't believe, man, all that time I spent on Rumble building that Rumble channel, man, and I can't even get on Rumble right now. I can't even I can't even link Rumble to my all those years I spent building Rumble, my Rumble channel. I can't even link it, but it'll come in handy one day. That Rumble channel will come in handy one day. I mean, you know, I got it. I haven't had to use that Patreon yet. Thought I was going to use that Patreon, but I'm on Kick now. If all you guys, I'm on Kick now. I'm a Kick streamer now, man. I'm on Kick and X. I'm on Kick and X. I'm on Kick and X, man. Mm. What it do? You said ice raids protests going crazy in LA? Oh yeah, I see it. I see it. Yeah, I see it. Everybody hit that like button, man. I see it. I see what you're talking about. Everybody hit that like button, man.
Head back to that breaking news of ice raids happening in several locations across LA.
Let's get up to Rich Prickett. He's overhead one of those locations in downtown Los Angeles, the Fashion District. Rich?
Yeah, Glenn and Kareen, we are back in the Fashion District. This is the Ambiance apparel store where the FBI, Homeland Security, and ICE agents have been performed a raid a couple of hours ago, and they were inside for quite some time, and we're just now seeing some people that are being detained, being brought out from the facility here. About a couple dozen people that are now being taken into custody. Now, the FBI had brought in some reinforcements to help with the crowd control that had started to surround the building earlier on, and there was quite a scuffle, as a matter of fact, as they were trying to make room for these vans to make their way into the parking lot, where they are now detaining several people from the Ambiance apparel store here in the Fashion District. And you see some of that crowd that still remains to the rear of the facility with all the FBI agents and a couple of the Bearcats that arrived here. So they did need to bring in some backup here to help with the crowd control so that they can bring in these vans. Now we're seeing a couple people being detained. This is one of a few raids we have seen early this morning, and two locations in regards to this particular company, Ambiance. Live in Sky 5 and Rich Prickett. Send it back to you.
All right, Rich, just want to point out what you see earlier. This is what took place in the Westlake District. That was this morning. That was another raid, and now we've got this separate raid taking place in the Fashion District.
And Rich, we don't know the exact nature of these raids, but during the last hour, I believe, we saw some sort of scuffle taking place in the streets. Not sure if they were activists, but they were people on the ground, and they were using their bodies to obstruct vehicles that were actually driving by. So we've had some close calls here.
Yeah, we certainly have. This is what we saw earlier was over in the South LA area that was believed to be the headquarters or distribution center for this apparel company. We saw agents that were bringing out computers from the business. We saw at least two people being detained. One person that was being taken away in an ambulance that was on a stretcher. And as DEA and federal agents were trying to leave the parking lot of that facility, people were running into the street trying to block the vehicles from leaving, nearly being ran over as they were trying to block the cars. Now we're back over here in the Fashion District, where we are also seeing a large crowd. As a matter of fact, a larger crowd, and that's where they needed to bring in more agents here from the FBI to help with removing them from the gate. And we did see a scuffle. They were not very happy with the agents here, and whatever whatever the raid is in regards to. We just don't know at this point if it's strictly immigration related or if there's some other reason why they are taking all these people into custody, but we are seeing at least 24 people taken from this location alone.
Okay, just to let everybody know, LA Police Chief Jim McDonald released a statement which reads in part today, the LAPD did become aware that ICE was conducting operations in the city of Los Angeles. I'm aware that these actions cause anxiety for many Angelinos, so I want to make it clear the LAPD not involved in the civil immigration enforcement. While the LAPD will continue to have a visible presence in all of our communities to ensure public safety, we will not assist or participate in any sort of mass deportations, nor will the LAPD try to determine an individual's immigration status. That has been the policy here in the city of Los Angeles since 1979, as the chief pointed out.
And while we don't know the exact nature of these raids, we do know that this is part of perhaps immigration crackdowns that have been happening all across the country. Various communities. Again, we have been covering operations from early this morning in the Westlake District. Now two separate locations in downtown Los Angeles that we've been keeping our eyes on, the Fashion District and also 16th Street. Rich, this location that we're looking at right now, does it appear that the crowds are getting larger on the streets surrounding all of this activity, which begs the question, will there be more of a law enforcement presence?
We go back now to our reporter, Christina Gonzalez, on the ground there in front of the Federal Roybal building in downtown Los Angeles, where we are told that protesters are now trying to get into that building. Christina, tell us what's going on.
Okay, I gotta be careful here. What we have is a group of protesters who try to enter the building. They are actually using the garbage, and you see that we're getting pelted with gas pellets. That is tear gas. Okay, so what we had was a crowd of about 20 people who tried to enter the building a few minutes ago. And they are now backing up because we have been, excuse me, we have tear gas being thrown at us. At this point, we do not see anybody in terms of LAPD or law enforcement near us, but I have a feeling this is going to happen at some point soon. The crowd is going back in. Those are actually photographers, because you can see that they actually broke. There was a fence there, and they actually went in. The moment they tried to go in, they were met by the officers that you see with the tear gas. So the crowd is backing up, and they're beginning to throw things at the officers. And of course, in the middle of this, we have somebody in a dinosaur suit. But the crowd has backed off a little bit, and we have about 30, 40 people around us, and they're beginning to try to move back in. Some of them and throw some of the cones at the officers. So it's a very volatile situation.
Appreciate you trying to cover this story. We hear the coughing there. I'm guessing that is due to the tear gas. Please do what you need to do to be safe as we watch this picture here. You can see that.
We're okay. I mean,
okay?
so far
Right,
we're okay. Let me show you something, because they're coming back. They're coming back in. Look at the guy on the left. They are actually creating a barricade of sorts to try to block the entrance. Again, this is the entrance of the Metropolitan building, of the Metropolitan Holding Facility. And what they're trying to do is to block it so that the vehicles that were taking some of those who were detained could not come out. So here they're coming back in. I don't think this crowd is going to let go of the situation.
So, Christina, you're saying they don't want them to be transported, if I'm understanding you correctly, right?
That's right.
Okay.
They don't want the people who were here, who were being, you saw earlier, we showed some of the white vans where they were transporting some of the people who had been detained in the courtrooms to places like Texas, and some of the places where there was room. Now, the crowd is, you see the crowd that we're showing you? There's about 30 people that are remaining. The main 200, 300, 400 people, they have moved down the street. What remains here is about 50 people who are what course can call hardcore. And they're saying that they want to make a stand. They believe that they do not want people being transported.
Christina,
and, you see them painting graffiti. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As we're watching this here, we do know that you have protesters, and sometimes you have outside agitators who come in with their own cause, their own purpose, their own mission to be there. As you're looking at the crowd here, do you feel that it's largely protesters against ICE and the raids and the deportations?
I think the majority of the protests had that in mind. Definitely people upset. I don't know, can I talk to you a minute? Are you okay? All right. Thank you. Some people don't want to talk, but I'm going to try to find somebody to get a sense as to why they're saying and how. Can I talk to you a second? Okay. To your point, there are people here who have their own agendas, and their agendas are anger. They're angry about what's going on and all kinds of other issues.
We saw that in 2020.
What we're hearing from the people here is that what they saw today tipped them over the top.
Yeah. Christina, we saw that in 2020, right, where some outside agitators came in and got involved in some of the protests. I'm reading something that was sent to me by the Chief of Police's office, Jim McDonald. The LAPD will continue to have a visible presence in all of our communities to ensure public safety. We will not assist or participate in any sort of mass deportation.
All right. Well, look, We'll check back in on that later. We'll check back in on that in a little bit. Um, we'll check back in on that in a little bit. Yeah, we'll check back in on that in a little bit. Oh.
Video shows a Peoria woman screaming for help as a man allegedly tries to kidnap her child. Within minutes, police responded and shot the suspect. 12 News journalist Sean Rice is live from the neighborhood near 87th Avenue and Thunderbird. And Sean, what happened?
Yeah, Tram, good afternoon to you. I'm standing really in the exact spot where this attempted kidnapping happened last evening. That mom, who you just saw there on camera, let out that scream, I'm told, is a new mom. She just had her child within the last couple of months, and I'm told she would regularly walk that child in a stroller in this neighborhood along these sidewalks in what is a normally safe gated community. Now, Peoria police tell us last night 43-year-old Matthew Cardone simply would not leave her alone. He walked up to her and attempted that kidnapping, and what that video shows really narrates how this entire thing unfolded. Let's walk you through that video step by step. Peoria police tell us this all happened at around 6:45 last night. Here you can see Cardone try and talk to the woman as she walked in front of this home in the neighborhood. It's just a couple of houses down from where this attempted kidnapping took place. As she walks away, Cardone follows her, and you can hear the woman let out several screams as she frantically calls for help. About a minute later, you can see him walk down the street, and a Peoria police truck follows. This was after multiple people called 911. Not long after that, you can hear a police officer give him commands to stop in his tracks. Then you can hear several gunshots, over a half dozen gunshots from that video. Cardone, we're told, was shot and killed here on scene. And from speaking with neighbors, this is a community where a lot of people walk their pets or children in the evenings. And friendly people would always see this woman walk her young child on these sidewalks, and they always would keep a watchful eye on her.
Neighbors last night told her, or 2 days ago, actually, just made a comment to her about make sure that you're safe and always aware of your surroundings. You know, you never know. Coincidentally, the next day, this situation happened. And so it was a real eye-opener. I'm very grateful that she's good.
And that kindness from neighbors showed itself last night when police tell us someone who lives nearby helped that young mom get away from the suspect and call police, who responded here within minutes. The woman's husband, I'm told, was also able to run over and fight him off as well. This morning, I did have a chance to speak with her husband. They live just down the block from here. He did answer the door, but respectfully asked that we respect their privacy as they continue to work through the scary emotions of what occurred last night. Now, Peoria police tell us the Glendale Police Department will assume the investigation into determining whether or not this officer-involved shooting is justified. But from talking with many neighbors here in this gated community, they tell us they're extremely grateful for that swift and fast Peoria police response and really stopping Cardone in his tracks before he could harm anyone else. Today, we're live in Peoria. Sean Rice, 12 News.
Yeah, Sean, that video is just chilling. And you're right. Police came very quickly, which was a nice surprise. But also this Cardone suspect, I mean, did he live in the neighborhood? Was there any prior relationship? Did they know each other prior to that encounter?
One thing we know from Peoria police is that this young mom and Matthew Cardone did not know one another. They've already determined that definitively. Whether or not he lived in this neighborhood, we don't know. They've just labeled him as a Peoria resident. One detail they did tell us is that he is known to suffer from some sort of mental illness. They have not determined whether that's a contributing factor, but one can assume somebody who's struggling in that way. Maybe that's what led up to this entire scary situation. Back to you.
It is so frightening. All right. Thank you so much, Sean.
Wow. Wow.
But we begin with this chaotic scene that unfolded in Queens.
Yeah, police described it as like something out of a Fast and Furious movie. Cars driving on sidewalks, crashing.
And things really got out of control when police say one of the cars drove toward an officer and that officer opened fire.
Eyewitness News reporter Janice Yu live in Flushing with more of the dramatic details. Janice?
Well, Sandra and Mike, it has been nearly 12 hours since this all happened this morning, and the scene is still taped off. The one here behind me is actually just one of three, just within this several block area that is taped off. Detectives are still on scene as well. And this Porsche here behind me, this is one of the ones that was involved. You can see the shattered window. There's also a bullet hole in the front of it as well. A chaotic scene unfolded Friday morning in an industrial neighborhood in Flushing.
They got to do something about this.
Surveillance video shows several cars converge at the intersection of Farrington Street and 32nd Avenue. You can see an NYPD car make a U-turn and follow them. The video also shows what appears to be this Porsche slowing down at the same intersection, being followed by cops. That Porsche now has a bullet hole and a shattered window. Authorities say one of the suspects drove towards an officer, prompting them to fire their gun. According to police, these cars were stolen from an auto body shop at 33rd Avenue and Prince Street. Those in the area are stunned.
It's a little scary, so all I can do is just lock my door, try not to put anything valuable in the store. You know, there's nothing that we can do about it.
Just last month, the Queens DA's office announced the indictment of 20 people in connection to a vehicle theft ring based in Queens. And according to NYPD numbers, there have been 68 car thefts in the borough so far this year, the second highest in the city.
It's not a surprise that there's a high crime rate right now, at least for stolen cars. But I was not expecting them to be shooting with guns and stuff like that.
Police say 4 of the 5 cars taken have been recovered, and at least 2 people have been taken into custody. Well, we're told one officer was taken to the hospital to be checked out for tinnitus. We have not been told of any injuries from the suspects. Again, 4 out of the 5 cars, as we know, have been recovered. Live in Flushing, Janice Yu, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Our top story here at 5, those immigration raids across L.A. Federal agents taking people into custody today at several locations in downtown. Good evening once again, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Michael Brownlee. Dozens of protesters came out to try and stop federal agents or at least slow them down. We have live team coverage in place. We begin with NBC4's Amber Frias, who was at a press conference that just wrapped up. Amber?
Hey, Michael, Colleen. Well, the group of dozens of people that we showed you earlier has grown to hundreds of people out here at this press conference that you mentioned. They have taken over the street. In fact, they shut down Los Angeles Street here, blocking traffic. And like you mentioned, we just heard from many different speakers, from people from local community groups, from people from the labor union, and also from people who have family members that were detained, not just today, but in the weeks before. Now, we did speak with one woman, and I do want to share a little bit about her.
But we begin with this chaotic scene that unfolded in.
Salute to Christy the Goat Webster, a.k.a. Michael Babe Ruth Jordan, coming through once again. She says, why do they not arrest the theorist that brokers the law? That would be great if they arrested those people. But it's the interpretation of the law. The judges and the prosecutors are the last line of defense, man. The theorists, they can be outdone. He said, fight to sleep, man. You know what, man? They can be outdone by the prosecutor and the judge. The judge can always outdo any law. No matter what the law is, the judge and the prosecutor determine on whether people go to jail for it or they don't. So they're the ones, and you can't lock them up. There's no way you can lock them up. They never lock up judges. They never lock up prosecutors unless they did something something criminal that has nothing to do with their job. They never lock up judges or prosecutors for the job. Yeah, but yeah, man, I took a big nap today, man. I don't know why I'm tired. I wasn't tired till I got on here, man. I wasn't tired till I got here, man. Let me slap myself. Slap myself a couple times, man. I did have a long day, man. My daughter, she wore me out. My daughter just wore me out just now. I'm talking about just now wore me out. She wouldn't go to bed. She would not go to bed. She up wanting to cook and shit. Wanting to make stuff in the kitchen and watch TV and stuff. And you know me, I remember being a kid and I didn't want to go to sleep early on Fridays. I didn't want to go to sleep early on Fridays. I would want to stay up late on Fridays, so I let my daughter stay up late on Fridays. Yo, he said, bad idea. I know her. I know. I let her stay up late. She wore me out. But nah, I don't mind. I love doing that though. I love. Here go to Glizzy, man. In Glizzy news, here go our daily Glizzy content, man.
Oh my god, right? No dog whatsoever. The sausage is actually good, man. I'm a mess right now. I'm trying to watch the Dodgers and you can see. Hey, a pretty good sausage, man. You go to the Dodgers, come get it.
Yo, press one if you would eat that, man. Press one if you would eat that. Press one if you would eat that. Press one if you would eat that. Let me show y'all a picture of my daughter. Yo, I ain't gonna lie, man. That's too much glizzy for me, man. I ain't even gonna lie. I love me a glizzy. I ate 3 glizzies the other night, man. We ain't had nothing. We ain't had nothing. No food in the refrigerator. All we had was a pack of glizzies. I ate 3 of them bitches the other night. But still, that's too much glizzy for me, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, bro. I apologize. I am sorry. That's too much glizzy for me, man. I ain't built like that, man. I am not built like that, man. That's way too much glizzy for me, man. That's way too much glizzy for me, man. God, dog, man. This dude ate that and he ate that too on camera.
Oh my God, right?
He ate that on camera. Jesus Christ. Homie ate that on camera. That's bananas. You heard me? I'm going to show y'all a picture of my daughter, man. I know y'all ain't seen my daughter in a while, man. Y'all have it. It's been a while since I showed y'all a picture of my son recently, right? I showed y'all a picture of my son recently, right? I think I did. I showed y'all a picture of my son recently. That's my daughter right there. She's growing up. Y'all might. I'm trying to find a picture of my son where he ain't eating. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. Wake up, man. Wake up. Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell y'all. Yeah, I just ate some KFC, too. I might have the itis from the KFC, man.
Only on 12 News, she's a mother of 3, married to an American, and now she's been arrested and is set for deportation without her children.
Her husband says that he doesn't know what to do and is worried that the 3 boys might be deported too without their mom.
12 News journalist William Pitts explains what happened and the uphill battle this family is facing.
Brian Wilcox and Rosa Hernandez didn't wait to get married. There was no need.
It's like, you know what I mean? And it's like we've been together for 10 years.
They were married quickly, married right in the backyard of Brian's mom's house. Rosa's 3 kids.
Hold on. What? Yeah, Joe Curry. Yeah, my daughter, she only natural, man. She natural, man. We keep it natural, man. Nigga naps, man. We love to be. We happy to be nappy over here. We a nappy headed house, man. We love being nappy. Hold on, man. Who's gonna tell her, man? And listen, man, I don't take this lightly, man. Who's gonna tell her? Because I mean, listen, we just
Mom's house.
I just showed my kids, but you know what I'm saying? Who's gonna tell her, man? Who's gonna tell her, man? Shout out to S Freak, man. Make sure y'all support the channel, man. Support the show, man. Support the movement, man. Support the movement, man. Man, this how fishermen gonna end up, man. Fishermen talk all that shit, man. He gonna end up like this guy, man. This is how white dudes end up, man. End up raising us on Brito's kids or son's kids, man.
You know what I mean? And it's like we've been together for 10 years.
They were married quickly, married right in the backyard of Brian's mom's house.
Hold on. It's like they've been together. Hold on. Time out. I know he didn't say they've been together for 10 years. Did he just say they've been together for 10 years? And we just did a show on, what's his name? Red Corn, Johnny Redcorn. We just did a show on Johnny Redcorn the other day, man. A segment. We just did a segment on Johnny Redcorn the other day, man. We just did a segment on Johnny Redcorn. I know he didn't just say he didn't say that, man. Yeah, R.I.P. Johnny Redcorn, man. He didn't just say that. He didn't just say they've been together for 10 years, man. I heard that wrong. Time out, man. I heard that wrong, man.
All this family is facing.
Brian Wilcox and Rosa Hernandez didn't wait to get married. There was no need.
It's like, you know what I mean? And it's like we've been together for 10 years.
They were married quickly, married right in the backyard of Brian's mom's house. Rosa's 3 kids smiling right in front.
Do you even know where she is? Rosa's 3 kids. Okay, so these are her 3 kids. That's a son, man. That's a Mexican. I think this one, I don't know what the fuck this one is. He might be Mexican too. Mexican son, man. She look like she got 3 different baby fathers, but these 2 are so close together. These are Irish twins. And they look like they fucking got different daddies. These 2 look like they got the same daddy. That's weird, man. Maybe they all got the same daddy. Who knows?
Brian's mom's house. Rosa's 3 kids smiling right in front.
Do you even know where she is? Florence Detention Center, but there's no way of getting in contact with her.
Rosa had come to the U.S. from Honduras with her kids 2 years ago. It was a 3-month walk to the border. She came to the border.
Damn, she came here 2 years ago? I didn't even know women came over. Salute, man. I thought it was only men.
Asking for asylum. She was allowed to come to Arizona, where she met Brian, a wildland firefighter, and worked her way through the immigration.
Yo, that's a Negro's kid right there, man. That's a Negro's kid. That kid's daddy is a son man, man. Shout out to Short Bus Driver. He said, here's a little more glider grease for you. Jesus, glider grease. Yikes. I don't know how I feel about glider grease. Glider grease? Oh, Lord. You said Tat should have been a red flag. Yeah, that boy got the same haircut as me, man. That's a son man baby, man.
Process.
It was her final check-in. They said that they were releasing her from the program because she did such a great job.
But almost immediately, that hearing felt off.
When they called and they said that they wanted her to bring the kids down, we talked about like how they haven't requested that.
They were put in separate rooms, questioned. Brian told the agents he and Rosa were married.
They were pretty respectful at first, and then you know, as I started asking questions, they got pretty aggravated.
He hasn't seen Rosa since that day.
And they had me sign off on her kids. I just showed them my ID, and they released them to me like they were pets at a pet store.
Brian hasn't had time to go through the adoption process. It's only been a month since the wedding. Now the kids have their own deportation hearing.
Now he's about to adopt these 3 kids, man. That was a crazy. They about to send his wife to another country, and he's gonna be stuck with the kids, man. Damn, Brian. And listen, man, I know Brian's gonna give these kids a great home, man. He's gonna work hard to provide for them, man, and hopefully they become good American citizens, man. They cute kids, man. You gotta admit, man, these some cute kids, man. These kids are adorbs. Remember they used to say that? Adorbs? These kids are adorbs, man. That shit, Brian got screwed over, man. Talk about getting the short end of the stick, man. Damn, Brian.
Respectful at first, and then you know, as I started asking questions, they got pretty aggravated.
He hasn't seen Rosa since that day.
And they had me sign off on her kids. I just showed them my ID, and they released them to me like they were pets at a pet store.
Brian hasn't had time to go through the adoption process. It's only been a month since the wedding. Now the kids have their own deportation hearing. Brian says separately from their mom in September.
I just want to say that I love her and I miss her.
We don't usually put kids on TV for things like this, especially not a 10-year-old in this kind of position. But Mauro wanted to talk to us about how he was feeling.
I'm worried because if she doesn't come back.
The 2 little ones were snuggling up with me on the couch, and they want their mom. They miss their mom. When's mom coming home? Are they feeding my mom? And they've got all those questions, and they're little tiny boys, and they don't understand what's going on.
Brian's mom, Cindy, says she never thought Rosa would be on anyone's radar.
The thing about Rosa, she is an amazing person. We are taking the wrong people out of this country. We need people like Rosa.
What comes next?
Yeah, man. She married your son. She married your son. She might be a good person. Rosa might be a good person. But hey, man, it's not legal to break the law if you're a good person. I'm a good person too, I think. I'd like to think I'm a good person. I can't break the law. No, officer, I will not go with you. I'm a good person. Oh, nah, officer. This is fine. I'm a good person.
Thought Rosa would be on anyone's radar.
The thing about Rosa, she is an amazing person. We are taking the wrong people out of this country. We need people like Rosa.
What comes next? No one really knows. Rosa's married to an American, but citizenship isn't automatic for her or her kids. The immigration system.
She looks like a little girl. I ain't gonna lie. She's very young looking, man. She look like she's like 15 years old, man. She look like she's fucking 15, man. She got good genes, man. Very fortunate, man. That girl looks like she's 15. I wonder how old she is.
Ship isn't automatic for her or her kids. The immigration system is not like a regular court system. The rules are different. Brian and Cindy are trying to navigate it, trying to get help. And every night, Brian has questions he can't answer.
It's almost a nightly thing, you know, like, love you, you know, it's okay, your mom's gonna be back, you know, like, so.
And you hope that's true?
I hope that's true.
William Pitts, 12 News.
All right, Will, thanks.
Man, that's a tough one. That's a tough one, man. Damn. I wish them the best, man, with the best possible outcome.
Our investigation has revealed that gang motives were a part of this tragedy.
All right, so we have more breaking news right now on the charges in the Catawba County mass shooting. 4 of the suspects, who investigators now call the Hillside shooters, were in court today. And this afternoon, prosecutors added 10 more counts of attempted murder for each suspect with no bond. That attack at the party killed 1 person and injured 11 others. As you just heard, investigators now suspect gang activity may have been the reason behind the gunfire erupting. Prosecutors now say some of the suspects have confessed to firing into the crowd of more than 100 people. The Queen City News anchor Robin Kennedy sent us a report now before the new charges were announced. Take a listen.
Detectives say they have identified the name of the gang they believe was involved in the mass shooting, but they aren't yet releasing that. Meanwhile, prosecutors say some of the accused shooters are not only confessing to the crimes, but they seem to be turning on one another. Keandre Mack, Isaiah Mitchell, Zachary Bates, and Tolan Huff all went before Judge Mark Killian in court Friday. All 4 are charged with attempted murder in the deadly Catawba County mass shooting. Mack got a $500,000 bond. Mitchell got no bond. Bates, a $300,000 bond, and Huff, no bond. The judge's decision means Mitchell and Huff won't be getting out of jail.
We do consider all of these defendants a extreme danger to our communities.
Prosecutors say some of the suspects confessed to firing from a hillside into a crowded house party from a neighbor's yard on Walnut Acres Drive early Sunday morning. 1 person was killed and 11 others injured.
All I want is for justice to be served. If it's right, it's right. If it's wrong, it's wrong.
Kendra Mack's son, Keandre, is charged with attempted first-degree murder.
I just pray that, whatever is going on in this courtroom today, that, just God just step in front of me as well as my family.
Ma'am, your son was in a gang and he shot into a crowd. And yeah, he is going to need God. So yeah, he's going to need God for this one.
I still love my son. I don't love him any less.
Prosecutors said in court Friday that Mack fully confessed to planning and carrying out the shooting.
I would say there's a lot of influences out here. We can't say that the age of these children, they did not know what they were doing. But we can say that there are influences that, being a follower is easy, but being a leader takes work.
Prosecutors also said in court one of the suspects was trying to work his way up in the gang. While detectives say each of the accused shooters may have had different motivations, they say in general they were targeting the entire crowd at the house party. Reporting in Catawba County, Robin Kennedy, Queen City News.
Queen City News Plus. Just search Queen City News on your smart TV's app store.
Wow.
Start though with a violent robbery all caught on camera. An ATM technician is ambushed and robbed near Hobby Airport.
Yeah, police say the suspects got away, but they know who one of them is thanks to a major blunder.
Jason Miles is live with the details for us and has reaction as
major blunder, man. What do y'all think the blunder is, man? What do you think the blunder is, man? He left his debit card on the scene. I wonder what the major blunder this Negro did was.
Start though with a violent robbery all caught on camera. An ATM technician is ambushed and robbed near Hobby Airport.
Yeah, police say the suspects got away, but they know who one of them is thanks to a major blunder.
Jason Miles is live with the details for us and has reaction as well. Jason.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, this robbery happened at a Wells Fargo ATM, much like the one you see behind me, but it's what one of the suspects left behind that's so surprising. In video released today from this ATM in the 1800 block of Broadway, you can see a technician just trying to do his job on May 28th when he's assaulted and robbed by one of at least 3 suspects. They wrestle for a bit before a container full of cash, known as a cassette, is swiped. Other ATM users can't help but think the employee was followed or someone knew his routine.
Especially if you're not watching yourself or like they say, you get too comfortable.
Police say some of the money was recovered along with a getaway car where this surveillance video was shot. Incredibly, they say they identified 23-year-old Seth Buddy Coles thanks to bond condition paperwork left behind in clothing he also ditched.
I've been around a long time, but I've never seen a suspect leave their bond conditions.
Andy Kahn with Crime Stoppers of Houston says Buddy Coles served time for evading arrest, and records show he allegedly robbed the ATM tech just days after being released on a $20,000 bond. That was for a felon in possession of a firearm charge.
Thank you, Mr. Suspect, because maybe, if we hadn't left your bond conditions, we might not have known who you are.
While not yet in custody, Buddy Coles has already been charged in relation to this incident with robbery with bodily injury. Fortunately, the alleged victim was not seriously injured. And in many cases, ATM technicians are accompanied by armed guards. They did not appear to be present in this case. Meanwhile, anyone using an ATM like this outside or a drive-through one, always encouraged to be very aware of your surroundings, no matter what time of day it is. Reporting live, Jason Miles, KHOU 11 News.
Okay, that's from my other channel. This is from my other channel. More black criminals, man. Make sure you support the channel via PayPal, Cash App, or Super Chat. Everyone smash the like button right now. I'm going to drop the link in a little bit, man. Smash the like button right now, man. Let's go crazy with these likes and these reposts, these retweets. If you're on Twitter, man, retweet this, man. Repost this, man. Hit the like button. Ooh. Ready?
A man described as a serial armed robber in D.C. was sentenced to almost 2 decades in prison. And among more than a dozen of his victims is the ANC for the Fairlawn community in Southeast. Our Felicia Ashley was in court today for that sentencing, and she's joining us live now. Felicia, you heard emotional statements from victims about a man officials are calling a danger to society.
That's right, and they described in court what it was like just to be walking down the street in their neighborhood a regular day. One man broke down as he described what it was like to have a gun put in his face, over his coat, and what he calls some chump change. Now, a lot of people in this neighborhood that showed up to the courthouse to testify, or rather to share their victim statements, said that some of them had to move, and they're traumatized by this every day. Screams like this ripped through the Fairlawn community for months.
Mr. Crocker violated my sense of security, my sense of safety.
Tom Donahue was on his way to the corner store.
He pulled a gun to my face and demanded me to give him my phone, my wallet, my money.
25-year-old David Crocker did this to nearly 12 victims for months. Take a look at this video, catching him nearly 16 times.
Walking down the street with his hand in a bag attached to a gun, and if anybody would walk out onto the sidewalk, he'd pull it on him.
Crocker pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 18 years in prison. Prosecutors say he got a good deal because he likely would have been indicted on the other armed robberies. Yet prosecutors decided to drop 13 of them.
It wasn't until I sat down and started to realize that this was coming to an end.
Now, we are still working to find out why the U.S. Attorney's Office decided to not go for those other 13 charges, especially in the court documents said they were confident that he would have been held accountable for them. We're also trying to get more clarity on some information that we saw in his sentencing documents, so we're going to keep working on this story and we'll bring you the follow-up. But for now, we are reporting live from the Fairlawn neighborhood. Felicia Ashley, 7 News.
Yeah.
After going steady for some time, many daters, after breaking off, joined TACT as sort of a lark, only to find out that the infallible computers joined them once more. Is this the type of man you thought you would meet when you joined TACT?
No, I was very surprised that I met someone so nice.
What was your impression of your date?
I was very happy to meet her.
Would you recommend this to your friends, this type of dating?
Yes, definitely. It's fun, and I recommend it.
Most assuredly.
Okay, could you tell us why you subscribe to computer dating?
Well, I think it's hard to meet people in the city that you have something in common with.
I see. And why did you join?
Curiosity.
And how did it turn out so far?
Great.
Have you got more in common with your date now than you might have had on some regular date?
I think so. For myself, speaking for myself, I was very much surprised how much we have in common.
I see.
I think it's very surprising. Sometimes you find someone you have a strong interest in common with, and yet you don't hit it off.
And tell me, would you recommend computer dating to your friends?
I have, yeah.
Yes, I would. Very much.
Thank you very much. Why did you become a subscriber for computer dating?
I think mostly for curiosity.
And you, sir?
Very much the same thing. Curious to know what the other people were doing and whether you can really meet people through the organization.
Now that you've spent some time together, would you say you have more in common than you do on your regular dates?
Well,
it's a hard question to answer. At the first date, especially at the first date. It's hard to know a person on the first date, but at least you have something in common to start with.
I see. And tell me, do you think now that you spent a little time together, you'd like to perhaps get together again one time?
You always give the person a second chance, whether it's...
I think so.
I think so, of course.
Would you recommend computer dating to your friends?
Yes, I would. It's a very small investment, and you'll never know what you can find out.
Yourself?
Definitely.
You meet lots of nice people, for one thing.
Thank you. Let's get another. Tell me, why did you join computer dating?
I was lonely, and Go on.
And you, sir?
For the same reason.
How did it work out so far? Do you have a lot in common?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Man, oh man, I'm telling you, man. Let me drop the link, man. Let me drop the link. Let me drop the link, man. Let me drop the link, man. Let me drop the link. Let me drop the link, man. Link is dropped, man. You're all welcome. You're all welcome. You're all welcome to come up. Yeah, that's a nice looking. That's a fine ass older goddamn 60s, man. God damn, she cute as hell for the 60s, man.
Tell me, why did you join computer dating?
I was lonely, and
She wasn't lonely. I don't believe she was lonely. You believe she was lonely? I don't believe she was lonely.
Let's get another. Tell me, why did you join computer dating?
I was lonely, and Go on.
And you, sir?
For the same reason.
How did it work out so far? Do you have a lot in common?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
And tell me, you spent...
Man, she fine, man. She fine. We need to get a time machine and transport her to Philly. Modern day Philly, man. She fine, man. You said she looked like Left Eye? Nah, she better than Left Eye. Left Eye cute. This girl gorgeous, man. Yeah, all black people sounded better back then, man. Black people sounded better back then, man. They didn't talk like they do.
You joined computer dating.
I was lonely, and go on.
You, sir?
For the same reason.
How did it work out so far? Do you have a lot in common?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
And tell me, you spent some time together so far. How have you enjoyed the show so far?
We love it.
It's great.
It's exciting.
Would you recommend this type of dating for your friends?
Yes, yes.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you very much.
He said absolutely. I wonder if he married her, man. I wonder if he married her, man. I wonder if he married her. He said, "Why in NyQuil?" This dude crazy, man. You crazy as hell, man. What's up, man? What's up? This dude crazy as shit.
Who?
You, man. Why in NyQuil?
What's my full name?
Why in NyQuil the Heisman Trophy? Jesus Christ, man. That girl is fine, right? Even you, man. You not in the Sun Sisters. Even you, right, Fisherman?
I mean, there's definitely some sexy ones for sure, but it's just bad juju.
But I'm saying this one look good, right?
Yeah, she looks good. She got good teeth.
Man, that's a man. That's a man with the computer love. He did well, man. How did they get in there with all these white people, though?
Thank you.
You've enjoyed yourself so far?
Yes. So far, the evening isn't over yet, so.
Why did you become a subscriber for computer dating?
Well, I figured it was time for a change.
And you?
I wanted to meet a couple of new girls.
I see. And tell me this, after you've spent some time together now, do you find this type of dating, you have more? Could you tell us why you became subscribers to computer dating?
Well, life was getting kind of stale, and I thought it was time for a change.
And you?
I wanted to meet a couple of new girls.
I see. And after spending some time together, do you find this form of dating has given you more in common than perhaps some other dates?
More in common?
Yes.
I wouldn't say so. I would say it would depend on whom you meet and the circumstances.
What about yourself? Do you feel you have a lot in common?
I think so, contrary to what Carol feels.
Oh, we definitely have a lot in common.
We have a lot in common, but whether or not we would have more in common because of the computer dating as opposed to dating at random without the benefit of the computer is another story. It's difficult to judge.
Would you recommend computer dating to your friends after this brief experience?
Definitely.
I certainly would.
Thank you.
We're happy products of computer dating.
All righty. Could you tell me why you joined computer dating?
Oh, I thought it was kind of
nice.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Could you tell me why you joined computer dating?
A number of my friends had met people through this program, and I thought that I'd like to meet some nice single New Yorkers myself.
Just wanted to meet people, nice young girls.
And now that it's computer dating?
Yes, definitely.
Very much so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tell me why you joined computer dating. Give me the word. Just snap your fingers and I'll know. Could you tell me why you joined computer dating?
I thought it would be a good way to meet some new people, and especially some people that we were supposed to be compatible with.
It seemed like a lark. It seemed like fun.
And now that you've spent time together, do you think that you are more compatible than you might find perhaps your other dates?
Not necessarily.
Well, I think we have some common interests.
Could you tell me why you joined computer dating?
I thought it was a good way to meet some new people.
It seemed like a lark. It seemed
Look at
After
people
dating her.
back then, man. Look at people back then, man. People just regular. These are the people that was chasing black people around the countryside and shit and lynching them, right? Everybody just normal people, man. They gave those people a bad rap back in the days, man. Um, Everybody hit the like button, man. Hit the like button, support the channel. Um, Hit the like button, support the channel.
Hopefully, that really fast talking guy gets on here again tonight.
Jesus Christ, man. Yo, man. Jesus. Oh my God, man. Salute the Irish Ghoul, man. He says, what amount is it going to take for us gliders to keep the sun, man, like you up for this show? Yo, man, listen, man. I'm going to tell you straight up like this, man. Most people, YouTubers, if they felt how I felt, they wouldn't go live. They would just call it a night and do it another night. I'm trying, man.
I got an idea. We should have it to where, like, if somebody pays a dollar amount, it sets off an air horn in your basement. It's like, wake your ass up.
No, I gave
or maybe like a sound effect of the microwave going off or something.
Yes, somebody called me, man. So it's like I got people to call me when I fall asleep, man. So I did, and I had my ring on. I hopped to have my ring on. That woke me up. Yeah, the air horn, man. I don't know, man. It's like I would have just went to sleep, man. I ain't gonna lie, I would have just went to sleep. But I was like, you know what? It's Friday, man. If this was like a Tuesday, man, I would have probably went to sleep. I said it's Friday, man.
Yeah. Did you hear? I mean, you probably didn't watch it, but the one where you fell asleep for like 7 fucking hours. And you left me on. You left me on here, and I blew a goddamn duck call and a whistle, and you didn't even flinch.
Yo, man.
You were chasing honey buns and hot pockets across golden shores.
Yeah, man, I was out, man. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, everybody hit the like button, man. Smash that like button. Smash it. Let's see if we can get how many likes, man, we can get, man. I might have to I don't know, man. I gotta figure out a way to the algorithm kind of like it's been messing me up lately, man.
Very what, Jewish? Very Jewish algorithm?
Yeah, man. Something like that. Something like that. Yeah. Whew. But yeah. Wow, this is a crazy story right here. The police are investigating an aggravated assault which occurred on June 1st, 2025 in West Philadelphia. The victim told police she was walking down the block at 1:30 p.m. when a chemical was thrown on her, causing severe burns. Video recovered from the area including video from SEPTA does not capture the incident. Victim pre-incident. Little kids. Incident happened off screen. Little kids is a trans man. After the incident, the juveniles board the L at 52nd Street and get off at 60th Street. They blocking their faces. So these kids threw acid in a transgender woman's face.
Nice.
The women in Philly look rough enough, man. Jesus Christ.
Friends
Yeah,
and
it's
family
probably
pleading
not
for
a
help
bad
tonight in the
idea
wake
to
of a
be a
truly
trans woman in Philly. Like you actually probably look pretty solid.
And I know, man.
You can
And then
compete.
they throwing acid in your face, man. That's fucked up, man. Dude hit the lottery, man. The trans dude in Philly, man. That's like hitting the lotto, man. And then a fucking bunch of fucking 7-year-olds come and throw acid in your face. Think about that though. Like you're in America, not in fucking Pakistan. In America, and some fucking 7-year-olds come and throw acid in your face. The fuck is going on, man?
Friends and family are pleading for help tonight in the wake of a truly horrific attack. This is surveillance video showing the very young suspects that police say threw a corrosive liquid at a woman as she prepared to take part in Pride festivities this past Sunday. That woman, identified as Diana, suffered serious burns and is now at the Temple Burn Center.
Danny, just changed one word, Diana. Damn, they fucked him up though. I ain't gonna lie. We're not calling him her here. That motherfucker look sick, man. That's a goddamn man just staring at you. Like, there's no way that's a woman. That's a man just staring at you. This my caveman soul just sees a man. I don't give a fuck how much indoctrination there is. That is a fucking man.
Tonight, police are working to track down those young attackers as they also try to figure out why they did this. Action News' Taronda Thomas live in West.
Jeez, and then they show her looking like this.
Looks like another one. Jesus.
God damn. Philly, y'all could never beat the allegations.
Yeah, Philly sucks ass. I've never even been to Philly. I have zero inclination to go there.
Yo, when I was there, it was like last year, I think. Yeah, I was there. I was in Center City. I didn't leave Center City. I went to Center City and then I crossed the bridge to Camden. Yeah, it's not. It's not. It's slim pickings. Don't get me wrong. It's slim pickings. It's slim pickings, but Center City was pretty nice though. I ain't gonna lie. It wasn't a bad area. You know, it's kind of like Manhattan a little bit. But this, Jesus Christ, why does she wear that, man? On Trans Day, on Trans Guy Story Day.
Down those young attackers as they also try to figure out why they did this. Action News' Taronda Thomas live in West Philadelphia tonight. Taronda, you spoke to police and Diana's friends today.
I did, and here at Southwest Detectives, this is still a very active investigation. Diana is recovering at Temple's Burn Center. Fortunately, there was a neighbor nearby during the attack who pulled her inside and rinsed her off. Still, she is left with severe burns.
There's a great community around her that's rallying, like I said, rallying around her.
Showing support for the victim of a heinous attack.
It was such excruciating pain, and I'm sure she went into shock, like immediately.
Jesus Christ. This one, like, she, imagine what she looks like with no makeup.
Like a fish.
Yo, every woman in Philly has something wrong. And here's the thing. It doesn't make, why should being from a place change your feeling? Like, your genes shouldn't be altered by living in a place. You know what I mean? Like, it should have nothing to do with the way you look. But we've yet to see one, like, normal-looking woman in Philly in, what, 7 years? 8
Yeah, it's
years?
all like their proportions are all off or something.
Hey, this chick looks like Selena Gomez if she had Down syndrome and chubby.
Jesus Christ.
Do you see that or not?
Yeah. Yeah, this is like Selena
Yo,
Gomez got dropped in Chernobyl for like a year.
Right, right. Or with birth there. Came
Jesus
out the womb out
Christ.
there in Chernobyl.
Yeah.
Like immediately.
Shiloh Cologne's friend Diana now recovering at the Temple Burn Center after being splashed with a chemical that police say acted much like acid. It happened Sunday afternoon. The victim,
I don't
Diana, who
know.
for safety reasons doesn't want to use her last name, had just gotten off the L at 52nd and Market.
She was walking down the street, going to her destination with her earphones in, so there was no interaction. Nothing led up to this event.
They were walking towards her. She said that they stopped and then they threw the acid.
This, police say, is video of the three suspects walking away. They boarded the L at 52nd Street. All three were juveniles who could be very young.
In my opinion, they're anywhere from 8 to 12 years old.
Police are working to identify the kids seen on the train platform before the attack.
They were walking around with a cup.
Investigators are testing to find out what the chemical was.
That'll be all part of our investigation, where they got it at, why they had it.
It was strong enough to leave a mark at 51st and Ludlow and leave the victim with...
Wow, they could have blinded that fucking transgender, man.
Well, acid
and
burns are bad. They're really bad to treat unless you hit them with baking soda immediately.
You said baking soda. Why baking soda immediately? What is that?
It neutralizes the acid.
Oh wow. This is I didn't know that, but here's my thing, man. With kids like this, these things become trends, you know, and they take on, you know, what I mean, they become like copycat and shit like that. We gotta watch out for this one. We gotta monitor this, man, because fucking little black fucking turds, and they thought it was funny too. Even though like the trans guy, you know, whatever that fucking trans guy, whatever, you know.
Like, okay, if this tranny was in your neighborhood, and some teens did this, would you really be mad about it?
No, I mean, it's probably karma. He's probably molested some kids at some point in his life. This may be karma coming back to get him. But what I'm saying is, like, the fact that they're doing it, now they've done it, right? These kids have done it. They're going to get away with it. Nobody's going to turn these kids in, right? They done it. They got away with it. They are going to do it again, or they're going to go back to the hood. Yeah, we did it. We made the news. You know what I'm saying? It's a good way to hurt people. So these son teens are like in little cliques and crews. They have beef and shit with each other and shit. They have, and plus they play the knockout game. What would be more fun than the knockout game? The acid in your face game.
But is this something that a little son teen does? It seems like a Arabic. What do we call? What's the language
these little
for
son
Arabic?
teens.
Yeah.
These little you talking about sand desert demons? These are little black kids.
Police say is video of the three suspects walking away. They boarded the L at 52nd Street. All three were juveniles who could be like very young.
In my opinion, they're anywhere from 8 to 12 years old.
Police are working to identify the kids seen on the train platform before the attack.
They were walking around with a cup.
Investigators are testing to find out what the chemical was.
That'll be all part of our investigation, where they got it at, why they had it.
It was strong enough to leave a mark at 51st and Ludlow and leave the victim with 2nd and 3rd degree burns. 25-year-old Diana, who is a transgender woman, was planning to celebrate the first day of Pride Month.
We really strongly believe that this was a hate crime.
Police say the attack may have been random, but they're investigating all of the possibilities. Meanwhile, Diana has the support of her friends and the community on her long road to recovery.
I can't believe how strong she is.
Police are asking anyone with information to call their tip line at 215-686.
She's got the intestinal fortitude of a man.
Exactly.
Tips. Now, investigators are looking through social media. They're even going to the school district to try to identify these juveniles. Meantime, Diana's friends have created an online fundraising campaign that has already garnered more than $40,000 in donations. We have information on that.
Now she get top surgery, wherever the fuck they go, bottom surgery.
Was the tranny person wearing sunglasses when it happened? I couldn't tell, but that's probably what saved Shim's eyes.
Maybe,
was
man.
the sunglasses.
Wow.
But just so everybody knows, a public service announcement: baking soda is a base. If you have an acid spill on your car battery for cleaning your posts up, a little baking soda and water neutralizes that acid.
Pepsi will too.
Yeah, pour a Coke on there. But yeah, it's you have to pour it right on the wound if you get some acid splashed on you.
Yeah, this is Pride. I forgot it was Pride Month, which is a good thing, man. That's good.
That's
You
true.
should always forget that it's Pride Month, man. It means they're not like doing too.
Yeah, I mean, we just need to forget it even is a thing.
Yeah.
It's like that shit's not Pride Month to me.
Already did. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
So now on the subway, what do you got to carry? You got to carry fire extinguishers. You got to carry some baking soda, some pepper spray. Look, everybody's gonna have one of them little shopping carts with them, just for self-defense.
Well, before filling up your tank, you first might want to listen up.
Yeah, it turns out thieves are targeting gas stations, looking for unsuspecting drivers and unlocked car doors. Matt McFarland, your reporter covering New Haven County. He is live in the Elm City, where police are trying to get the word out. Matt.
Well, Mark and Aaron, it's called slider thieves, and it's really simple. You're on this side of the car, you're filling up, probably really not paying attention much as you pump gas, just watching those numbers climb. But while that's going on the other side of your car, well, thieves are quietly sneaking in, sliding in, grabbing whatever they can, and sliding out before you realize you've even been hit. We've seen video like this from across the state. Thieves sneaking into cars and snatching purses, cell phones, and cash. And in the worst cases, taking the cars themselves.
Just know that stuff like that happens around here. It's kind of crazy.
And while these so-called slider thieves are not new, New Haven police tell us they've seen it recently pop up again.
They park their car either at the gas station, they run into a convenience store or something like that. They leave the car running, or they're just on the other side of the car. Someone sees that as a moment of opportunity, and if the door's unlocked, they can jump in.
Sliding into your car and grabbing whatever they can, with both police and those pumping gas realizing this is nothing more than a crime of opportunity.
It's not good at all, because they wait for you to distract it, then they sneak right in.
It's why police are encouraging folks to lock their car door and remove the keys, even if you're standing right next to it while filling up.
The easiest thing you do is lock your door. If you get out of your car, just lock your door. I know it may seem a little silly if you're a few feet away, but sometimes that's all it takes.
Nathaniel here says he'll do just that, while now also paying a little more attention.
If you kind of just see someone being sketchy, kind of wandering around the gas station, maybe you shouldn't pump gas.
Yeah.
And again, it seems pretty simple, but police stress the easiest thing you can do: lock your doors. Your reporter live in New Haven, Matt McFarland, Channel 3.
Damn, you gotta lock your doors while you're fucking pumping gas.
I've always done that. I lock my door while I'm cutting my grass.
And we do have this breaking news. We're learning more and more about a robbery that led to a deadly shootout in Memphis. The victims told police they knew who those robbers were. They were a pair of self-described rappers.
Well, Fox 13's Jeremy Pierre joining us from the Breaking News Center. JP, you just got an important clarification from Memphis police. What did they tell you?
So, yeah, we got to unpack this right here. Earlier this morning, we told you that police said the man who was killed in the robbery turned shooting Keyshawn Thomas was one of the robbers. Well, Memphis police just told us he actually is not involved in the robbery. All right, he got killed in the shooting, however. The shootout happened last month in Frazier. Police say Andre Scott, known as rapper Boo Two Guns, and Robert Mitchell, known as YN.
Yo, hold on, man. This story is. Do you understand it?
No, he fucking butchered it all to hell. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
I don't understand. I just hear some
Booby Two Guns.
Yeah, Booby Two Guns was involved in the robbery, but he didn't go inside, but he died in the shootout, I think.
I'm trying to figure this one out. Let's see. Let's see, man.
We have this breaking news. We're
Lion
learning
Booby
more and
Two
more
Guns.
about a robbery that led to a deadly shootout in Memphis. The victims told police they knew who those robbers were. They were a pair of self-described rappers.
Well, Fox 13's Jeremy Pierre joining us from the Breaking News Center. JP, you just got an important clarification from Memphis police. What did they tell you?
So yeah, we got to unpack this right here. Earlier this morning, we told you that police said the man who was killed in the robbery turned shooting key, Sean Thomas, was one of the robbers. Well, Memphis police just told us he actually is not involved in the robbery. All right, he got killed in the shooting, however. The shootout happened last month in Frazier. Police say Andre Scott, known as rapper Boo Two Guns, and Robert Mitchell, known as YNC Trey Slime, robbed two men at gunpoint at a gas station on Rangeline Road, along with a third unknown suspect. That led to a shootout. That's where Thomas got killed in. Again, police say Thomas not involved in the robbery. Afterwards, the robbery victims told police that they knew the robbers because they are familiar with their music. The Memphis police gang unit identified them. Now Fox 13 is learning both men are familiar with the law here in Memphis. Police arrested Scott for attempted murder back in 2022. Earlier this year, police arrested him again after being caught with stolen cars, guns, and drugs. Scott initially held on a $250,000 bond, but that case got dismissed a few months later due to a lack of probable cause. Now, the second suspect, Mitchell, police arrested him with stolen cars multiple times. In fact, Fox 13 reported on one of those car thefts 2 years ago. And months later, Mitchell actually used that mugshot right there, as an album cover for one of his songs. Both men are charged with first-degree murder. Scott is behind bars. Mitchell is still on the run, and we're still.
I still don't know what the fuck happened, but I'm glad they're all locked up though. At least they're all locked up or dead. Jesus Christ, these sons got so much stuff going on. Fucking Christ. Fucking Christ.
Hey, YN NyQuil, the Heisman, the trophy's still free though.
Oh man. Everyone hit the like button, man. Support the channel, man. Hit the like button. Y'all don't enjoy the channel. We had like 3 legendary shows in a row, man, and y'all not supporting the channel, man. Let's go, man. Man, I'm gonna get to this story, man, with this fucking dumbass kid, man. Let's see, man. Oh shit, that's the glizzy. I don't want to do the glizzy story. That glizzy, man, that was a glizzy for the ages, Jack.
Are you sad about Trump and Elon?
You know what? I'm starting to think that that's just a fake beef, man. I'm starting to think it's a fake beef. You know,
I mean,
I just
I
don't
kind of
know how they. I don't know how they can come back of him accusing of being on Epstein Island, though.
yeah. When I mean Elon saying that, I mean when Elon did that, I was like, he is a liberal. He is on that liberal petulant child bullshit. So it's like whatever. Um, and so I don't know. I don't know what to make of it, but you do the whole Epstein thing. I don't get it,
Yeah, it's
but it makes for good entertainment.
yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I'm taking this so seriously yet.
I ain't one of you, motherfucker. What are you talking about?
Nice people.
Get the fuck off.
Crazy.
Deal with security, you're gonna deal with me. One or the other, motherfucker.
I already deleted it. Look, you want to see
I
it?
do not give a fuck.
Look.
You're going to go talk to security because you're filming kids. That shit's illegal.
Dude, no, it's not. I'm a kid myself.
Okay, well then guess what? You still gonna get in trouble. You're gonna get kicked out of here. You don't play around.
That's literally what I do.
It's
for
the
a
last
living.
time you're f***ing around with somebody. I suggest you stop putting your hands on me because I'm not putting my hands
you're
on you,
literally,
motherfucker.
you're in my space.
I don't care. I'm not touching you, and I won't unless I have to.
You literally.
You're gonna walk with me to security, or we're gonna find somebody. We're gonna make a fucking scene. You wanna make a fucking scene with kids? I'm gonna fuck
I'm
you
a kid
up.
myself.
I do not care. I
Bro,
saw what you were
I'm
doing to
16
them
years
kids.
old.
You wanna deal with
You wanna-
security? You wanna deal with me?
Dude, I want to do it.
We're gonna make a problem, or you're gonna go talk to them.
Dude,
I'm not gonna say it again. Start walking now, that way.
Bro, you know my dad, bro.
Motherfucker, you were going to start walking.
Look, bro.
I promise you, you're going to start walking.
Buddy.
Because you ain't taking photos of kids.
I'm not taking photos of kids. I deleted this shit. I told him to delete
I
it.
promise you, I can pull it up off your phone. This
Nigga.
shit's still illegal, and you're harassing them kids.
That's not illegal.
Start walking towards security, or I'm gonna move you now. Now. You think you gonna get fucked up? Keep putting your hands on me, kid.
You're in
I'm
my
gonna fuck
space.
you up.
You're in my space.
I
bro.
don't care. I ain't putting my
Bro.
hands on you. You're gonna get fucked up. Put your hands on me again. Get that way now.
Bro.
You're not gonna fuck kids.
I'm not fucking with nobody, bro.
I promise you, you are, and you're gonna show it to them.
Hold on.
Or I'm gonna make you show it to them.
I was so.
Walk
Calm down.
now.
So,
I ain't one of you, motherfucker. What are you talking about?
Nice people.
Get the fuck off.
Crazy.
Hi, motherfucker. You can record me. I don't care. I'm an adult. I'll say it.
Yeah.
You're not gonna call me nothing. Keep walking.
Buddy.
Keep walking. You're gonna say sorry. You're gonna talk.
I
to
already
them fuckers.
apologized. It's on
Now.
video. It's on video, bro.
I don't give a. You don't get to treat people like that.
Yeah.
Walk.
And I've apologized, but you
Now.
you were freaking.
Walk.
Buddy.
Shut up.
Buddy.
Hang up. You don't know what's going on. Shut up.
Bro, what
Walk.
the fuck?
That's a white woman coming to his rescue.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Yeah. Hey man, salute to this white man. That boy saying, "Ain't nobody gonna step up. I'm gonna fucking step up." He probably
Yeah,
wouldn't
he's
have
down
cared.
like his fatigue tank is full.
I don't think he would have cared if he got shot either. It would have escalated into some kind of gunshot. I think he would have been like okay with whatever would have happened.
You know, this guy is he's not like threatening the kid's safety. He's saying, let's go to the security.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm saying like whatever the Sun Man would have been on. Well, see, you said it already. Sun Man were they're
Your dad.
they are cowards. The cowards, you know. So it's like when we sense alpha, we backtrack. We're like, wait, hold on, is this worth being slighted on the internet worth?
Yeah, they're cowards, but Sunman is still like very capable of pride making him do something stupid. Like pride can make a son do something stupid.
Right, I agree with that, but it just seems like this dude, the Sun Man. I mean, seemed like he didn't. It seems like whatever he did he was just out of line. So I'm curious to know what it was.
Yeah, because they always leave that part out, like always, every single time.
And the Sun
The fact
Man
that he said he apologized is very suspicious.
It makes me think like this nigga was like on some filming up a woman's skirt type shit or something like that. I don't know.
Well, he's filming little kids or something.
He said something about kids, but yeah, whatever the Sun Man was doing, it was highly inappropriate. So we know that. We know that it was highly inappropriate, and we rarely see white people confronting black people. So if the white person confronted him, it had to be something like highly inappropriate.
Yeah, and this white dude wasn't backing down. He wasn't about to back. He wasn't about to back down from anybody. I don't think so.
Now,
dude.
He's talking to him like a stepdad.
Look, can I at least show you my platform?
I don't
show
give
you
a
what
fuck
I do.
what your platform is. Your platform needs to be supporting people, not harassing random
Yeah,
kids.
but the thing is,
I don't give a fuck. Shut up. Walk!
Motherfucker, why the fuck did you do that for?
I apologize. I didn't mean it.
He's gonna talk to security.
Hey,
Stop.
I apologize, bro.
Oh wow, that little girl came at him. So what did he do to that little girl?
Well, and he apologized. So that right there, that's rare. So he must have done something bad.
Yeah,
Something
he just
foul.
said, "Fuck you, bitch." Yeah, yeah. Wow.
Fox News won't even have him on the show.
Wow.
Hey, stop. I apologize, bro.
Like, look. He handled it.
I'm sorry.
Because I promise you, if you with him, you're an adult, we're gonna have some fucking issues. You security?
No, I deleted it, bro.
This guy's harassing, man.
He told me he deleted it. Oh yeah, he might have been going up her skirt. Might have been filming up her skirt. Might have been.
Yeah, see, man. I mean, damn. See, this, I'm telling you, a lot of people, I imagine this is going to be picked up. It should be picked up by, you know what I'm saying, the right wing, the kosher right, but maybe not. It depends on what his social media will say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. That's why I deleted it.
I just thought you were bullying me.
No, that's not what I do.
They're taking photos and making us look cry.
Dude,
this is a problem.
Hold on. You're on
I don't give a fuck what you have to say. Stop talking to me.
Sir, he's going on the wrong foot. But I really do apologize. I'm so sorry. Seriously.
You cannot harass children, even if you are a kid. I don't give a fuck. This is the last time you're gonna do it. Okay. He is still upset. This is still.
I know, and I understand he's upset. So basically, okay, I'll let you know. So basically, I make content, and what I do, I basically troll.
You're not supposed to record them all.
You're not?
Yes, yes.
I was not. No, I did not know that.
For that.
I apologize. I didn't know that.
It's not funny.
I'm not laughing at this.
Literally
Literally, because that's how I speak. I'm sorry. I just have a natural response. But that is literally what I do for my content. I apologize. I sincerely do apologize.
You need to delete it right now.
I did, and I told them I deleted it.
Go
I
to
told
your
them.
deleted and show him that. Go to your deleted.
That's what I was trying to. That's what I was trying to say.
Motherfucker, no one was. Shut up and do it as I say. Show him that it's actually deleted.
What the fuck you think you are, bro?
Motherfucker, I am who I am. You don't need to have any business about it. I'm saying show him.
Thank y'all so much for having my back. I really appreciate it. I read a lot of y'all comments and I'm still reading comments now. So if you have any questions, I will be answering questions. If you guys would like, I have a lot of funny videos on my page. So if y'all would like to, y'all can check them out, man. Also, the full video was uploaded on my Instagram and on my Snapchat. So if you guys do want to see that, it's in the link in the bio. All right, I'm out. The boppiest.
You got your ass punked. You got your ass punked by a motherfucking glider.
This is probably his most viral thing that'll ever happen on his stupid shit, which is
He got a million subs though. He got a million subs on TikTok. Million.
Yeah, he got his ass punked. And then he's gonna sit here and try and
the victim.
show a full picture of the glider, making it seem like, oh, you could tell me what to do dressed in some flip flops. Like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you got punked by a guy wearing "Come to Jesus" sandals.
Yeah, but you know, of course, the sun teens in his comments are gonna be like, yeah, you tell me.
Here goes the heading says, racist white man calls black teen a nigger and threatened to physically assault him while he was creating content in a public mall. Why do they only threaten women and children? That's literally the post.
What are the comments like? Oh, you poor baby.
Yeah,
That racist devil. That white devil.
Jeez. Unbelievable, man.
Wearing "Come to Jesus" sandals.
It seems like, I don't know. I'd be shocked if we don't hear more about this story. I'm just saying. Seems like once the kosher right grabs a hold of a glider darling, they're gonna push him to the moon. But they got to be safe.
If there's nothing hinky on there, why was he deleting it so fast?
This one says, we're done. Blacks troll white shoppers for responses. Well, this is what you get. I'm waiting for it to happen to me, although I don't live anywhere near you feral animals. If I'm with my kids and you fuck with me or them, you're leaving on a stretcher. Why can't I ever be around when they pop off? It says if they don't want to be called that, maybe don't act like an N.
I didn't hear him calling the nigger.
This one says they say 96.4% of blacks will back down to an authoritative tone at least 7 times before the age of 42. Damn, that's staggering.
That's a made up thing.
They never do this to grown black men. They know better. Nah, bruh. Stand your ground. And as soon as he say he gonna hit you, straight box his ass off. He shouldn't have even entertained him for even that long. LMAO, I mean, seems valid. In my opinion, good for the white man. Little nigga so pussy, bro, had like 5 opportunities to sleep your sorry ass. It said, what the fuck gave him the authority? If kid pulled a knife out and stabbed his stupid ass, everyone would be crying except for me. Damn. That's crazy. That's bananas.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not though. Shoot,
No.
I know you don't listen to Twitter. You know, Twitter got Twitter Spaces, boy. But I'm talking about every morning, the FBA or whatever they call themselves. You know, because there's like, it's almost like genders when it comes to the pro-blacks, and that's all they do is just talk about that. Holy shit, it's wild. It's wild.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Wow. White people do this thing where when they harass black or brown people and black brown folks are calm, they start yelling, gaslighting, becoming aggressive because they want the behavior to match their narrative about these black brown people. And it pisses them off when we remain calm. They want a reason to lose their minds when the behavior is not justified. Seems to me racists are the hateful bunch. Even when this boy apologized, they were still holding on to that anger. That's the problem. Jeez Louise. My God. So yeah, let's hear the son teen explain himself, man.
What's good, TikTok? A lot of people wanted a story time about what happened in my last video that got taken down my TikTok, even though I appealed it 3 times and they accepted it and it's still not up. They wanted a story time about the guy who called me the hard R and like basically what happened. So I'm gonna tell you. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a content creator and I basically get reactions. That's my content. I get reactions off of like doing silly stuff. So boom, we're in the food court. I'm looking for somebody to film. You know, I'm trying to get a reaction out of somebody. Hey, I got a reaction, but not the one that I wanted. So I go up to this couple. They look like a cool couple. So I pull out my phone and I start doing my thing. I was doing a series that I call Free Will where I basically lick my tongue at people until like they feel uncomfortable and awkward, bro. That's like the main point of the series. I know it sounds goofy, but that's literally my content. As I was making the video, the boyfriend started crying. I'm like, oh, my bad. I end the video and I'm asking him if he's good. I'm like, my bad, bro. Like, I'm just apologizing because I dead ass feel bad. He looking at
My bad that I just been licking my tongue at your girl until I made her feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, I don't know. This dude sounds stupid. He honestly sounds like somebody who's gonna get himself shot.
me like, I punch out for fun. Like he dead ass want to beat my ass.
Yeah, he's an idiot kid. And I'll give him that he's like literally a kid. He's not like
he's not a hood
25.
kid.
No, he's not like 25. He's like literally like 15. So like I that's the only break I can give him. He's actually like 15 years old. Um, but still, like, dude, like just
If somebody is doing that to your girl, just reach over and slap him on the bottom of the chin.
A lot of people wanted a story time
Let
about
him
what
bite his
happened
tongue in
in
half.
my last video that got taken down my TikTok, even though I appealed it 3 times and they accepted it and it's still not up. They wanted a story time about the guy who called me the hard R and like basically what happened. So I'm gonna tell you. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a content creator and I basically get reactions. That's my content. I get reactions off of like doing silly stuff. So boom, we're in the food court. I'm looking for somebody to film. You know, I'm trying to get a reaction out of somebody. Hey, I got a reaction, but not the one that I wanted. So I go up to this couple. They look like a cool couple. So I pull up my phone and I start doing my thing. I was doing this series that I called.
so because they look like a cool couple, you went and fucked with them and disrespected the dude's girl in front of him.
Yeah, not ask them random questions, not sit here and ask personal questions about them. You
Just pure
do
annoy people.
Like what?
His whole gig is annoying people until they snap.
This doesn't seem like it's gonna last that long.
You'd be surprised. There's one dude in England. He was walking in people's homes. He had his little thing. He would just walk in people's homes. That shit lasted a while.
Yeah, but
That
that's
shit
England.
lasted.
You know, England. They're special kinds of cooks.
Yeah, I got you. But these white people over here, I mean, Trump saved them. It's not like all of them saved them. There's just one guy that wasn't a cuck. The rest of the white guys are pretty much cucks on like 95% of them.
Yeah, that's true.
And the Kamala was so horrible. Like it was a perfect storm, but they're still cucks. Don't sleep. If Kamala wasn't just the worst candidate in the history of the world, she might have won. She's the worst candidate ever in the history of the world.
Yeah.
These don't give these white dudes in America too much credit. They just put like this. I'll give them credit. They're not England, but they're not on like some extra. They're not removed. They haven't cured themselves. Put like that. They still have the disease.
Yeah. Yeah. But hey, well, the gliders they're our only hope.
I know. They still have the disease though. The gliders still have the disease. Now
we got to get England, we got to get that 1892 glider back.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Where I basically lick my tongue at people until like they feel uncomfortable and awkward, bro. That's like the main point of the series. I know it sounds goofy, but that's literally my content. As I was making the video, the boyfriend started crying. I'm like, oh, my bad.
Fisherman's
I
in the
end
back.
the video and I'm asking him if he's good. I'm like, my bad, bro. Like, I'm just apologizing because I dead ass feel bad. He looking at me like, I punch you out for fun. Like he dead ass want to beat my ass. And I'm just sitting there like, my bad, man. I delete the video. And as I'm talking and shit, that's when the white man joins in the conversation while he's putting the fries in the bag. He told me, bro, fuck off. Dude, fuck off. I'm like, okay. So we already starting off at the wrong foot. And I'm talking to him, I'm like, could you shut the fuck up? You're not even included. And he's like, oh, what? Then I start ignoring the nigga. And I'm talking to the girlfriend at this point because the boyfriend was low-key ignoring what I was saying. And I was apologizing to her, telling her that I meant no harm in no way, shape, or form. And that I was going to delete the video. And as I was saying that, the white nigga was like asking the boy if he was all right. And I'm not going to lie, I have a soft tone voice. Like in my normal tone voice, I have a soft tone voice. That nigga's naturally loud. I don't know what the fuck. He must have been taking some dick sucking courses, seriously. But he overpowered my voice by a ton. I think that's the reason why she reacted in that way at first. So after I told the girlfriend that I apologized and I was gonna delete the video, the white nigga was still talking to the boyfriend. I walk away. I'm finna start heading to my car, right? As I'm walking towards Dillard's. Something tell me to look back. I look back. I see a white, fat, chubby ass nigga with open-toed fucking sandals following me, bro. And My first thought is, he probably leaving too. But something just told me to hit a U-turn, because he looked furious. I'm not gonna lie, he really did. So I hit a U-turn, and I peeped that he was following me. I'm like, here we go. I'm like, yo, bro, you good? He's like, nah, I'm not good. You were taking pictures of minors. I'm like, I was not taking pictures of minors. That's number one. And number two, bro, I'm a minor myself. At the time, I was 17. I didn't tell him that. I told him I was 16, so he could probably back off and get off my dick. But he didn't. And that's okay. At that point, that's when I pull out my camera, and he said it again. And I'm like, I'm a minor too. He's like, it doesn't matter. You're taking pictures of kids in the mall, that's illegal. And I'm like, that's not illegal. You're just full of emotions. So at this point, this is when my mind clicked, and I'm like, okay,
What a
this
bitch.
is
What
a
a
grown man.
pussy.
He does not know how to control his
Who's he
emotions.
raised
I
by?
have to be the smarter man and the bigger person in the situation. So that's what I did. No matter what he said, I knew it was all said in anger until he called me the hard R. You know, that was like crazy, because like, wow. So yeah, back to what I was saying about me recording him and shit. I'm recording him, pushing the nigga back. He smelled like ass, by the way, for those of y'all who were wondering, because a lot of people were asking. Yeah, he smelled like shit. Like, he smelled like must and ass. Those two combo. His breath smelled like ass. He smelled like must with his armpits. Don't know how I smelled it, like, while he's like right here, but hey, I did. And while I'm like right here trying to make sure this nigga keep his distance, I'm trying to find security, because where the fuck is security? He broke up security. I'm like, okay, let's go to security, because I know I'm not in the wrong for what I did. I've been doing this shit for a year. So by the time we find security, the couple, they come and meet us. And that's when the boyfriend aggressed me. And honestly, I could have pressed charges, but I did not. And by this time, security hauling ass. They trying to get to us. Man, that nigga had to run from the other side of the mall to where we were at, bro. I felt bad for them, seriously. I know he was like tired as fuck. When security comes, security thinks that I'm the threat, the way that this white man described me as and shit. So that's when I just spoke to security and explained to him what happened. That's when he also told me, hey, you cannot record in the mall. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. And I did it, bro. I record in every single mall I go to. In Atlanta, Houston. Bro, no matter where I go to, I'm recording in the mall, getting some fucking content. That's how I build my income, by trolling people. Do I think it's fucked up? Yes, I do. And do I ask for consent for most of my videos? Yes. So after I explain it to security, security is like, oh, so he's just a dick-eating ass nigga. And I'm like, yeah, bro, he's dick-eating. He's third-partying the fight. Don't know why, but he did. So now we get to a better understanding, and security apologizes to me for, like, you know, making assumptions. And I'm like, it's cool, bro, because, like, that nigga, I ain't gonna lie, that white man played a good job at trying to make it seem like I was the fucking bad guy. Now, security is asking me if I want to press charges, because police is already on their way. A black lady that saw me get impressed by the man, she already called 911. And, lady, if you see the video, thank you so much, I love you. So police come, and police just asked me what happened. And I explained to them, and then I showed them the video. I told them what I do, and they're like, oh, man, you're good. You know, there's no policy that you can't record. This is a public place. You can record. I'm like, I thought I was tripping. But the police were like, yeah, his actions are not justified. That is kind of fucked up. They didn't say that, but like in the way they said it, it's kind of fucked up. Not saying what they said was fucked up, but like they were saying what the nigga did was fucked up to me. So they let me off with no charge. I didn't get trespassed. I didn't get banned from the mall. I didn't get kicked out or nothing. You know, I just dipped because I handled the situation the way I knew I should have handled it. Instead of thinking like some of y'all who would have fought the guy that would have got you kicked out and probably trespassed, you know? You gotta think smarter in situations like that, guys. I believe that violence is not always the answer. But I'm not gonna lie, later that day, I did hear that the guy got fired. And do I feel bad? Fuck no.
Damn.
It was not his business. Why?
That white dude got fired. Jesus Christ. Lost his job.
What a racist country.
Jeez. Wow.
What a filthy racist nation.
You got people in the back.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
Yo, I just want to say this, like, you know, reading those comments on X by these fucking FBA son faggots, like, they say, oh, who was he to press you like that? They should have stabbed him in the heart. I'm like, I know damn well if that kid or a glider kid did that to any one of their girls, they would have done worse. Press one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they
Press
threw you
one,
over the banister. You know how the mall got like multiple levels? You done went over that fucking banister, motherfucker.
No, you know why he said throw him over the banister? Because that's what that Somali guy did to a white kid in fucking Minnesota. Like, he was making that was an allusion to that. I'm like, these Sun words, they complain about how gliders say, oh, you can't say the Sun word. They do that, and it gives them license to ape out. But like, they don't want to. They're silent when gliders are attacked for no fucking reason, or they justify that shit.
Yeah, they
You know,
tossed that little 3-year-old down into the food court.
Suns are the most
Survival.
deplorable people on the whole fucking planet. Press 1. Press that 1 until it breaks, guys. Come on, you know I'm right.
Hey, but this guy, like, he lost his fucking job, and that guy was literally standing up for right. Like he was, he was standing up for right. This guy doesn't get to be an asshole because he's a prankster. That doesn't give you cover for being an asshole. That's like if you prank steal. Like if I go in the store and I snatch a bunch of stuff and I run out. No, it's just a prank. I wanted to make the security guard chase me. No, motherfucker, you're stealing. Like, or you fucking shoot somebody. Oh, it's just a prank. I just I'm a Second Amendment prankster. I just walk up and shoot people.
I used to watch those fucking prank videos all the time where those guys would go into the hood, like, they'd be on Burrito or Glider, and then like they would get punched or chased around. And like, all the comments would be like, yeah, don't fuck with Sons or whatever. But now when a Sun does it, they want to justify it. It's
Those were fake though. Those were fake. That guy who was going to the hood.
Yeah.
And yeah, those were fake. And because the Sun would have they'd have killed him, man.
Didn't some white kids get caught fake robbing a bank? Didn't they go to jail for that?
Oh no.
They were like, all pookie masked up, and then running into a bank, and then running out with a bag full of fake money falling around.
Oh,
and then getting in an Uber.
Oh no.
The amount of racial tribalism from the Sun community is just like the Suns are the biggest hypocrites out there. You know what I mean? They think the whole world revolves around them when they make the least financial contributions in the country. Like, they're only 13% of the population. They commit the majority of the crimes, and they drive the educational standards down. They drive the culture down. Like, you know what I mean? It's just they are the biggest weapon of mass destruction on the planet.
Well, S-Freak, what about football?
What do you mean?
Yeah, like everything you said is I'll give you that, but we have the NFL, right?
Oh, come on.
Fair trade-off, right?
What about
that doesn't make up for it. What's that?
You got some fire music about the Sun, man.
Yeah. Have you ever seen DJ Moore run a slot? I mean, I think it's a fair trade-off. They lower society, but we get to see some man catch a football,
Oh, now you're being sarcastic, motherfucker.
You just got that, huh?
And remember, the glider crime is so boring. My God.
Yeah, it is pretty boring.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I love my safe, boring little town.
I remember there was one town, glider town I went to, and they were like doing segments on literally on knitting, a knitting contest. Boring. And then we went to Chicago right after that, and now it was more my speed, man down.
Yeah, that knitting thing made the front page of the paper 3 weeks in a row. That's how busy my town is.
Yeah, I'm sure they get very competitive. The knitting contest.
Yeah, I bet.
But these little content creators, they act like they're doing, like they think they can say, "Oh, I'm doing my job," because I'm creating content. You can't really be mad at me. I'm just working. And it doesn't work like that.
Right. It's like these some burglars. I'm just doing my job.
I'm
Yeah,
using you without your consent, though. That's the thing. Like I didn't sign up for this shit. You might have signed up for it. I didn't.
Well, they could record in public, but I'm pretty sure they can't record minors.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, Wicked. Like you're fucking with your girl. You say it's an hombredo, like an hombredo guy. He's with his girl chilling at the mall, and some guy's over there licking his tongue at her to the point where she feels uncomfortable. That could be very dangerous, right?
That's sexual
Yeah,
harassment.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, look, you could record people in public, but the other person might be trash.
Yeah. But it kind of reminds me of that one dude that used to prank people at the airport, and then he ended up getting
Oh,
arrested, stabbing somebody.
he was the one that got into it with an umbrito, right?
I can't remember how it happened. All I
I
remember
remember
is
him.
that he ended up stabbing
Well, there
somebody.
was
So I'm
there was
just
another kid. I think it was a glider kid was fucking with some
That's right.
glider dude in a
Yeah.
food court, and the glider
yeah,
just pulled a gun and shot him in the stomach.
shot him. Yeah, I saw that. Oh man,
He must have been
yeah.
Irish.
I saw that too.
Yeah. I mean, but for the amount of pranks they do, it's relatively rare that somebody snap on them like they should. Because these guys got hundreds and hundreds of videos. And this is probably the first time somebody's ever came at him like that.
Yeah, all it takes is a few of these guys, and they'll just ruin your malls, your shopping centers, because they'll do this shit over and over again.
Yeah, especially if it gets paid. They get paid, like he goes to his account. Like he's getting paid. Let me see read these super chats, man. Um Salute to Prodigal Son One. He said, keep crushing Christ is King, and it's a fake beef. Talking about Trump and Elon. Salute to Deluxe 247, aka Cal Ripken, aka the real MVP, coming through once again. Salute to Pinky Brown. Pinky Brown in the building, man. Please support the channel, guys. Please support the content, the work that we're doing here. We should have more super chats than we could. There's time to read, man.
Right. Man, that
But
was
yeah,
a great show yesterday. Yeah, by the way, that was a great show, man.
yeah, man. YouTube does not like that content, man. That's very dangerous content to put on this platform.
What show are you talking about? The one with the
With the lynchings.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that debunks their whole fucking leg. Like Son's always talking about slavery, lynching, segregation. That just takes that right out the window.
Yeah.
Well, everybody bought into the Roots lie because it was on TV for a 2 weeks straight. Every night you're watching the show. Everybody bought into it. Public libraries were already a ghost town at this point.
Yeah, let's be honest. Kunta Kinte had that shit coming anyway.
Jesus Christ!
If he wouldn't be bought by the Gliders, he'd be bought by the Sandmen, and he wouldn't have his story being told because they would have cut his nuts off.
Well, the white man cut his leg off. That's what they said. The white man did, and I don't believe that was that common because it doesn't make no sense for you to cut the slave's foot off.
No, if a lot of people don't understand how, okay, these people were basically equipment. Look at how farmers take care of their equipment.
That's what I'm saying.
They treat the shit like it's better than their children. I mean, the stuff is maintained and washed and cleaned and all this stuff. And if you educated your slaves, they were more valuable. They could teach your kids, blah 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 blah.
Well, Bill,
and
they
on
were
down the
not.
road, it wasn't always this terrible horror story. I'm sure there were cases.
I mean, Bill, they were
I just
more
want
than
to say this.
equipment, Bill. They were more like beasts of burden, and people treat their animals very well. They treat their herd very well, Bill. Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right.
Let me just get a word in real fast. Like that whole idea about slaves. I'm sorry, guys, but I just gotta say this. slaves being beaten and slaves being killed. First of all, why would you kill a property that cost you thousands of dollars that was very rare to own? You know what I mean? Another thing, why would they beat their slaves where an open wound is a death sentence in that
Well,
time?
here's the thing,
It
though.
doesn't
Here's the
make
thing,
any
though.
sense. It's just fun propaganda.
There was a hold on. There's a different time. You can't judge that by our time. Okay, you can't judge a beating by our time, because even back then they would beat their wives, and they would like a severe beating for a wife. Like now, you can go to prisons just for like getting in a little fight with your wife. In those days, they could beat their wives. Children got beat very severely for. Um, I would be careful about making it seem like slavery wasn't nothing, because slavery was brutal. It just was the least brutal form of slavery on the planet, but it still was slavery and it still was brutal, and they
But that's what
still
I'm
It was
made
getting
so
at.
people.
brutal. They had to work in fields all day. But compared to the white workers up north who had to work in dangerous factories where they could get pulled in machinery, they could lose their limbs. Like, they had to live in very
Yeah,
cramped conditions where there was disease and crime rampant. You know
yeah.
what I mean? Everybody had it bad back then, especially in the
Yeah.
United States of America.
I mean, look, as free. My thing is this: I'm willing to bet that the slaves of yesteryear had better conditions than the slaves in Africa today.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And nobody talks
I
about
mean,
that. You can go and buy a human
we
being for
already
less.
know that.
You can buy a
For
human
Our
being for
Nation.
less than $400 today.
Yeah, I mean, think about it, man. Africans, because of we don't value life the same way everybody else does, and we have what I mean, we don't we have all lower impulse control, stuff like that. Being Having an African as your slave master is just going to be inherently more dangerous than having, what I mean, anybody else as your slave master. You know what I mean? Because he's going to react more impulsively. Like if you don't do something if you don't listen, the reaction will be more impulsive and more base and more.
Yeah, yeah. It would be something like like Brother Love being your slave master. Can you imagine P Diddy being your slave master? Think
Oh
about that.
man,
It would be
yeah.
like that. Why impulsive,
Suge
extreme.
Knight or somebody.
Yeah, no, give me the
Yeah.
cotton. Don't make me be the sex slave. Give me the cotton.
Yeah, man. Oh man, that's too bad. I'm talking about Tariq Nasheed talking about all that buck breaking, whatever the heck. I think I know where the whole buck breaking. I think I have some ideas where it comes from.
Well, you gotta understand that stuff did happen though. Like these things, but the scale in which it happened, like
Yeah.
there were ones that did it, but yeah, every fucking master didn't do it. Like every master didn't like fuck their male slaves. But if the
Yeah.
master was a hold on. If the
Sorry.
master was a faggot, think about if you're a master and you're a faggot. That's a like goddamn dream job to be a slave master and to be the faggot. You got unfettered access to men. Some mass slave masters were faggots. If the slave master's not a faggot, he's not gonna be fucking the guys. But if he is a faggot, he's gonna take advantage of that.
Yeah. If
I
he's
think,
not, he's gonna send somebody in to
or he
fuck
could
them.
sell, yeah, he could sell them to like gay people could, gay wealthy men could, like yo, I wanna pay you to let me fuck you. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah,
You know
definitely.
what? One thing that I always found interesting. Me and you, at least at some point, agreed on it, but we never found anything on it. I don't think the Gladiators documented it. Was I'm very intrigued by the concept of these slaves like beefing with each other, as the Sunmen do now. You know how the Sunmen click up and inherently go at each other. I could imagine like row houses, just like sunman slaves just killing each other on some like quote unquote gangbanging shit. You know what I mean?
You're just talking about the different
Yeah, like a row
slaves.
house maybe.
They call them the plantations. Yeah, the different plantations had rivalries. Shout out to Beast Life, over 50. He said for no doze, yeah, salute to you, man.
But we never saw anything on it though. We never saw. I never seen anything discussing that concept. But I'm sure it was occurring, Chief.
Well, they had those buck
Yeah, it
fights
was.
too. You know, but that was just violence. I don't imagine they made them do that.
Okay, here it is. Here goes some shit like um because it was common though. This I gotta find AI has something on it, but I gotta find a book with that shit on
You've
it.
read
What
accounts
website?
when they
Yeah,
talked about it.
when you're searching that shit, it's always going to come up from some lifty website, though. It's not going to be like unless you're on DuckDuckGo or something like that.
This one says plantation rivalries and competition among slaves were multifaceted. While some slaves experienced a degree of community and support on the plantation, others engaged in rivalries and conflicts, often stemming from limited resources, social hierarchies, and competition for attention from the slave owners. Um, this one says conventional wisdom about the Old South excludes slaves from the ranks of plantation overseers. However, a preference for restrictive types of evidence in race sensitive systems. Oh, this is big fucking word shit. This is full. Get access to the full article. But yeah, like I'd read that like different plantations had rivalries between the plantations. Like Mr. Johnson's plantation would be beefing with Mr.
Wow, that's fucking nuts if you think about it.
Yeah, the thing
Johnson's
about this
plantation.
stuff is I like it more when you read the actual accounts from the time period. All these liberal fags that do these case studies and their PhDs on this shit, I don't trust them at all.
Yeah, they put their spin on it. Yeah,
Yeah.
You know,
they remove the they interpret it, and then they try to like
Give
interpret
it
it through
their
the
slant.
lens of one side or the other, and make we in an attempt to make the slave person whole, and yeah, all that's cool. I understand that, like yeah, but it's still it loses its authenticity, man. This one says verbal quarrels and physical confrontations erupted frequently in the quarters. Many slaves recall that as children they ate from a common trough filled with cornbread and sweet milk or clabber. Slave children jostled with their peers to fill their bellies and engaged in other scraps typical of childhood, often simply for sport. As adults, slave men challenged one another to physical contests. Masters seemed to delight in the spectacle. Some even orchestrated more formalized violence among slaves, wagering on wrestling and boxing matches that pitted slaves from one plantation against their enslaved neighbors.
Yeah, that's what buck fights is what they were called.
I don't think any of that shit was true because, like I said, they wouldn't want their slaves to be underfed and they wouldn't want their slaves to get hurt or injured unnecessarily. That's what I'm
Right,
trying
but
to
if
say.
you were super wealthy and you had 50,
Yeah.
and you had some that were in big physical shape, you could teach them and
Yeah,
train them, and
and I'm sure they were betting too. They were gambling on it.
Yeah, heck yeah,
absolutely.
gambling.
I would
Make a
love to
lot of good
gamble on
money
something
from
like
that.
that.
Heck yeah, I would too. I would
Yeah, I
too.
mean, maybe they could have had slaves,
It's like cockfights.
like
Yeah.
slaves specifically, like to fight or something like that, maybe. But you know,
And the men were
I
probably
know
glad to do
these.
that because that was better than working in the field.
I know these intellectual types have been exposed many times for being outright liars. At like university professors. Like there was one at Florida State who just got caught a while back. He was some fancy sun woke professor, and it turns out he made up all his data about, racial this, systems of inequality, blah blah blah. He made it all up.
Do
I
you have
saw
his
one
name,
like that about hospitals.
Fisherman? Do you have
I
his
saw the
name?
one.
Just give me a minute, I'll look it up.
I saw one about hospitals, like about how I guess sisters are getting treated poorly in hospitals and they have higher mortality rates. But it was discovered that it was bullshit and it was manipulated by these professors.
I don't think Ak is here. I don't see. I don't see his
Oh yeah. He's
screen.
not.
Yeah, my statistics instructor said there's lies, there's damn lies, and there's statistics.
And I mean, look, slavery was
But
wrong. Any way you
hey,
slice it, slavery was wrong. But relatively speaking, come on.
but the Sun Man is gonna Sun Man. So remember, it said that they would fight just for
Amongst
out of
each other.
sport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
On their own. On their
So it's
own.
like
yeah, because you want to flex in front of all the other women in the hut or whatever the hell they were
Well,
living in.
Bill, it's
His
kind of
name was
like today,
Eric
guys.
Stewart.
It's kind of like today, right now, right? It described the
Thank you,
children, right?
Fisherman.
yeah, the
That
neighborhoods.
that's the kids now.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
fought with my best friends growing up. I got in fist fights with.
Right,
That's
for
just
sure.
part of being a boy. I mean, I've got two grandsons, and they're so different than the little girls at the daycare. The girls
Oh
play with
yeah,
tea dishes, and my two grandsons just break stuff.
jumping off shit. I know.
So the professor at Florida State, his name was Eric Stewart, and he had come up with all this data in the criminal justice system about uh, length of sentences and yada yada yada, jury bullshit, and it was all made up.
Was
But
he a FBA
he
type?
was a Florida State professor. He's not some hotep with 1,500 subscribers on YouTube.
Yet these people remain protected because there's a lot of money just behind them. It's like the operation Get Behind the Woke Darky. God, and they just always just have the black people in the forefront pushing the absolute bullshit.
Hey, I didn't you have a shirt that said "Sun Man" or something like that?
It all pays the same.
It's still on. It's on the You can get your Sunman shirt on the Ock Nation merch store, man.
Ak, I just want to suggest this. Maybe you should go over the accounts of former slaves or something like that, because I remember reading about, like, in the 1930s they were interviewing former slaves, and they interviewed I think in like over around 10,000 of them, and see what they have to say about slavery. I heard a
Yeah.
lot of them. I heard a lot of their accounts weren't very negative.
Yo,
Who has to say about slavery? Hold on. See who has to say about slavery?
See what former
Former
slaves have to
slaves.
say.
Oh,
I
There
remember
was
that.
Barracoon. That was the last surviving slave, Barracoon. He wrote a book. I got that book, Barracoon.
yo, I bet some of those former slaves spoke better English than some people today.
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Yo, yo,
No.
Esri, have you bought yourself any Ag Nation merch from the merch store?
maybe.
Good,
I was
good,
thinking.
man.
I mean, I already super chat him like every night, but
Yeah, no, but I mean that's not what I'm getting at. I know I got merch, man. Um, I might give me the Sunman shirt too. Fuck it.
Wow.
Hey, I might get one too. I mean, because I didn't, man, I'm telling you, I be pushing Ox show like I push it like it's some work.
I,
And then
That's
I'm
what's
always
up.
I already got the hat. So it's like I wear it, I cycle it in whenever I can. I got
I
a
gotta be
job where I
careful.
got you.
I gotta be careful with shit like that, Wicked, because I live kind of in a very sun heavy neighborhood, and I'm in
Oh,
Philly,
oh. Oh
So,
shit.
Well, you might not want to get the Sunman one.
Well, I mean,
No.
I mean,
Might
you.
want to skip that. Just get the DVK one.
Hey,
yeah,
I mean,
I might be.
Anybody know
pajamas.
what a
Fuck it,
Sun
right?
Man is though? Would they know what a Sun Man is?
I don't know, probably not, but I don't want to push the show either because if people recognize me on the show, then I could probably lose my job. But I don't care.
Hey, look, pajamas. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can wear it around the house. Yeah.
You said pajamas. Yeah, man, but yeah. This one says adult and male slaves committed violent acts of their own accord as well. One slave recalled his mother and another woman fighting over their children. Somebody got a lot of shit in the background. While another remembered that a woman cussed my mother and it made her mad and they had a fight. Among antebellum whites, slave women gained a reputation for frequently committing infanticide. Now I could understand that too if you think your sucking slave's gonna live a life of fucking slavery and shit.
Hey, real quick, not to cut you out, but somebody asked where can they get the merch at? Oh, my bad. Deluxe was on it. Never mind. Carry on.
The link is in the description box. The link to the Arc Nation merch store is in the description. All my links are in the description box. Every link that I have is in the description box.
I think you had a coffee mug too, right? Arc Nation coffee mug.
I got coffee. I got a bunch of coffee mugs. I got a bunch of merch on there, man. I got everything. I got shirts for all the gliders, shirts for burritos, coffee mugs for crouching tigers, burrito, all the lingos, man. Everything's in there, man. Everything's on the merch store. All that stuff. Okay? Everything. It's all high quality stuff that's not going to shrink.
Yeah, no, I got some too. It is good quality.
Yeah, it's not like cheap shit that you can just buy at the fucking carnival or the state fair or some shit. It's like real shit. Because I don't care about, like, I just do that. I got that. I got the merch store there because everybody has to have merch, and you know what I'm saying. Every content creator has merch, so I got that merch store for that. I didn't get that merch store necessarily to like get rich and shit. So I made all the stuff highest quality because when you go on the site to make it, they can ask you what kind of material you want, and you can get cheap material and make more money because if you get the cheap material, like say you get a blank T-shirt, right? Because it all start like that, right? And they have blank T-shirts for, let's just say, $8, right? And that's the cheap shit, the thin cheap shit where the strings will come loose and shit. Or you can get all the way up to like the high quality T-shirt. That's like the T-shirts that you get in the store, the type of shit that like maybe Gucci or Ralph Lauren or shit will use to make their shirts. Now they'll put their symbol on it and sell it for $200, but I put my symbol on it and sell it for like 40. You know what I'm saying, or 30. So I just get the highest quality material. But yeah, make sure you check out the Op Nation merch store. Everything's there, man. All the links, all of my links are in the description box.
Troll mentioned keychains. Do you got that, Huck?
No, I don't have no keychains yet. That's a good idea. I may have to get that.
So what we need is that bear spray.
Yeah, Arc Nation bear spray. Yeah.
Yo, that would be some fire shit.
Back the bitch off on the side of the can. Just back the bitch off.
Yes. So Luke, it says
BTBO.
drunkenness often played a role in such violent confrontations. Fights erupted at dances and frolics, wherever liquor flowed freely. Urban slaves had somewhat greater access to alcohol than rural-bound people. Yet slaves in the countryside imbibed with the master's consent at corn shuckings log rollings, and other events in agricultural calendar clandestinely at many other times. Slaves' brief taste of liberty, their ability to travel and pursue leisurely pastimes, and their relatively lack of physical exhaustion meant that Saturday nights, the Sabbath, and holidays hosted most of the violent contests among slaves. Weekend gambling, one slave admitted, prompted disagreements with a few fights.
It's the same type of behavior that they're exhibiting today. Like, notice a consistency in Sun
Yeah,
behavior throughout time.
but that's the same kind of behavior that everybody exhibits, like when they have alcohol and gambling. Like everybody exhibits that type of behavior during alcohol and gambling. Like, let's keep it a buck. I mean, if you got one day a week to gamble and alcohol, that's where all your problems gonna happen on that one day. Um, and also, man, you also got to give the slaves some grace too. Like they
Yeah.
fucking slaves, man.
Yo, can you
You know what I'm
imagine?
saying?
Can you
Think of how
imagine the
dumb they are.
energy? Like the energy in
Think,
that room that day? It's gotta be out
yeah,
the Richter.
think
Yeah,
about how dumb they are. Like they've never read a book. They haven't had the high science, and they haven't read theories on shit and stuff like that. Many of them can't read. They never counted. Some of them really can't count. Like, what I mean? You can't really compare them to. You can't compare a slave that can't read and can't count, and is probably literally like by our accounts, by our standards, dumb as a brick. By our standards, you know what I'm saying? He may know a lot about nature, human nature, and he may be wily in some ways, and things like that. But by our standards, fucking moron. He's just been a slave all his life, and now it's Saturday and shit, and it's the day off, and everybody's gambling and drinking and shit.
Here's your chance to cut loose.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's keep it a buck, man.
And you guys physically didn't have years and years of heavy grain alcohol to get used to genetically. So it might act different on you like it does on the Native American man. I
Yeah,
don't
I mean,
I
you
don't
get
know if
drunk
there's a
as
similarity with
no,
violence and alcohol.
you probably get drunk as hell. Yeah, yeah, you definitely get drunk as hell on that day, man. Tipsy is a motherfucker, and listen, everything in the slave's life is like, you know, not under his control. But one thing that could be under your control is your interaction with another slave. Like another slave, like you can what I'm saying, he's on the same level as you. Even though you can't kill him, you know what I mean? You can't kill him because then you've killed master's property, but like as far as a fight or an argument, it's like, man, fuck you. You ain't nothing but nigga, you ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know
Oh,
what I'm
I'm
saying?
sure. And there were people that were bullies too by nature.
Yeah,
And
definitely,
maybe you
man.
got a bad day, so you go kick this guy, and then he goes and he slaps his wife, and then she goes and slaps her kid
Yeah,
because everybody
exactly.
had a bad fucking day. Shit rolls downhill.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, man. Exactly. Yeah. I just think more so that once slavery was over and once Reconstruction was over, I think that the Sun Man overplayed his hand and forced Jim Crow. I think that's what I think. That's what I think happened. I think the Sun Man was free as a bird, man. for all intents and purposes. Without, of course, you got the white people have to get used to blacks' new status in life, but people get used to things quick. Look how quickly we've changed from fucking like. Look at the LGBT community. They're the most powerful group now. In like 10, 20 years, they went from one of the least powerful groups to the most powerful group. And now they've overplayed their hand. It's a similar thing, you know? If you look at it like that, a group gets some power, and then they overdo it, and then the more powerful group that just really granted them the power seizes the power back. Press 1.
1. Yeah, because like they abuse their power. Yeah, you're right. You know what I mean? They realize that you're not responsible with it. You don't know what to do with it. And
We used to call that you'd get out in front of your skis.
Not that you're not responsible for it, but that like the rule that power corrupts. Absolutely. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely.
And that's what the Suns have.
Yeah. The power of freedom. Freedom is power. When you haven't had it, when you've always had freedom, it's not power. When you haven't had freedom, getting it is power. You take it for granted if you've always had it, but if you haven't had it, it's power. And the Suns took it and they started killing white people. And you read the accounts. Like it's unbelievable that the shit they were doing in those days. I mean, 500 sons with guns running up on fucking white people and shit. 500 of them with guns, all with Winchesters. It's marauding around and shit. If you're a white guy, you're like, oh, we gotta do something about this, man. This is crazy.
That'd be terrifying today.
Yo, 500? Jesus. That would be like one of those Hebrew Israelite marches, but all of them got guns.
Remember Ahmaud Arbery?
That'd be scary.
Remember him, Ak?
Yeah.
Which
remember
one
how
was
it was, I think, in 2020, I think, or something like that. And remember,
one, yeah, good.
And remember those fucking Sun men who came in the white neighborhood with the guns and all.
Mm-hmm. Not fucking around, Colas.
Yeah, it's consistent shit, you know. Like that shit that was going on back then is happening now.
But in those days, they would have been killing. Like they killed white people. See, that group not fucking around. They didn't kill any white people. They just were making a show of force. They're just making a show of force.
Well, you know, Grandmaster Jay, he's in jail. But like they say, he was controlled.
But just for pointing a gun at a cop.
At a federal cop.
You see all the cops that got killed in that one story. A lot of sons killed cops in those days. And listen, they do now. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just talking about the NFAC in particular. Sons still kill a lot of cops today, but the NFAC wasn't killing cops. It was a show of force. They were just doing their First Amendment rights, like what do you call it? Exerting their First Amendment rights, as you call it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's let me tell you something, man. I still think slavery was a bitch, though. I ain't even gonna lie. I think slavery was a bitch.
Yeah, but if you were sold to a slave here versus kept as a slave in Africa.
Yeah, but to that slave, that we looking at that. Oh, but at that slave at that time, he didn't know what was going on in the next city. Like
and
he don't.
You know how white women are and how they want to mother everything they find. So I'm sure they did that to the slaves.
Well, some of the evilest slave owners were white women.
Oh,
some
sure.
of the most evil slave owners were white women.
Yeah, they were mad because the guy was sneaking over to the slave quarters every night.
They just evil. Like it's like.
And they hated women as colored or whatever, right?
Wicked women.
Yeah, women were the torturers and the Native Americans too.
Yeah, they tortured the slaves. Like those. A lot of the women was women are wicked. Women are wicked. You know what I'm saying?
Wasn't there
Not
a French,
gliding
there
women.
was a French woman that used to bathe
In
in
New
her
Orleans.
slave's blood.
Yeah, New Orleans. This woman in New Orleans, she used to torture
Yeah,
them and all that stuff.
Madame Laveau or something. Yeah, like she
yeah.
Yeah.
actually was parodied in a season of American Horror Story.
I saw
Oh
that. I
wow.
saw that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
season 3. Yeah,
Yeah, she was wicked. She had a whole torture chamber in the upper
Yeah.
part of her
Kathy
home.
Bates.
Yeah, she was wicked. And it's a lot of white women were wicked slave owners, man. A lot of black women were wicked, or as you would call it,
But I doubt that was
colored
the norm.
people of
it
color.
wasn't. In fact, actually, I think they tried to take action against her for how she treated her slaves.
She went to France. She got away. She got away unscathed. She moved to Europe and married a man, and they never heard from her again.
Yeah, she was afraid.
She never had to
Wow.
pay for it. She never had to pay for all the dirt, all the fucking shit she did. But her torture chamber was uncovered. They uncovered her torture chamber, and it was like sons in cages with their arms broke and shaped like crabs and shit. Like it was. She
Medieval
was a.
stuff.
I'll do her. I'll do her one day, man. She requires a whole show though. Like you can't just do her with like in a few minutes. She's wicked, wicked woman. Is just a straight up wicked woman. Um,
I'm just waiting on the Hollywood movie about how the highest as a percentage group of slave owners in the United States were Jews crew, but I'm
You know
not
there were
holding my breath.
there were a lot of black slave owners too.
Over
Like
yeah,
1300.
yeah,
yeah,
as you
and
would call it, but
there were more black slave owners and white slave owners per capita. Like like in terms of percentage of free blacks who owned slaves, they were higher than the percentage of gliders that owned slaves. I'm talking about per capita.
yeah, if you think about it, like by like octoroons and biracials is black. What we call black, you know what I'm saying? Like what you would call black, but these are not many like blacks like me. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them, especially in New Orleans, a lot of the people they call blacks that owned slaves were Creoles and people of that type of ilk. You know what I'm saying?
Like 1/3 of
And
all slave owners in New Orleans at one point in time were black or mixed race.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're not.
And my mom read
They
somewhere that, like, even in Brazil, like, when certain slaves would be freed when they were older, they would turn around and buy their own slaves. Like, and it was happening in both continents. Like, slavery
yeah,
was perpetuated by everybody, and
yeah,
that's the part that they don't want to talk about because it doesn't fit their
yeah.
narrative.
Well, I mean, also slavery isn't like seen at that time the way it's seen now. It's like just like think about it, right? Look at how much football has changed in our life, right? When I was a kid, um, they sold the game on hits, right? That's how they sold the game. That was the way they um that was the way they marketed the game
When I played
to
Pee
you.
Wee and junior high football and high school, we were taught to spear.
Yeah, but and then now and then like 30 years later, like 30 years later, and I would have never guessed this as a kid. Shout out to Prodigal Son. He said $5 challenge missed yesterday. Truth will prevail. Shout out to you, Prodigal Son one. Um, but like these were the commercials back in our day that advertised football. Like to like, hey, like this shit. Like this was the stuff that they marketed football. Every single one of these hits is a penalty now. You know what I'm saying? Every one of them and these were the highlight reels that they gave you. This was the exciting part of football that they were marketing, and it was like now in my lifetime, every single one of these is a penalty.
Well, look at how basketball has changed. It's turned into soccer. You
Right.
can't
So
even
you
touch
gotta.
anybody.
So you gotta the views on slavery. You're looking at it through the prism of us. It's like, oh my God, it's so repulsive. Such a what if you were born into a world where it was just normal? When you dreamed of having slaves, like when I get older, I'm gonna have me a whole bunch of slaves. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying?
It's just part of the culture.
Yeah, it's like
And it
all
was
this
that way
shit.
everywhere in the world.
Exactly, everywhere in the world. Like every single hit is a penalty.
I mean, you know why football was created, don't you?
No.
Well, men need a way to let off steam, and they didn't want us killing each other like in Europe. So they came up with football.
Well, early football was very violent. Men always died in football. Early football. Early football game. Early football. Early
I'm not
football
saying they
was
didn't die. I just mean they weren't getting in all these little wars. With
it was
repeating rifles like they did.
it was um it was
A lethal game.
a lot of death. Like kids died. They had the rules were had to be opened up, but it wasn't the same game as we watch now. It was just one channel this guy was talking about it. But the rules was different then. Like it wasn't as wide open. Everything was like centered towards like the middle of the field.
Yeah, it's a
So
lot
it's
of
like
handoffs.
yeah,
Wasn't a lot of big passing. It was all
and they didn't even
tosses.
have the line of scrimmage. Like the line of scrimmage was just like all the advances in football over the years up until recently is written in blood, man.
Yeah, it's all
Just
built
like
on safety.
safety. But yeah, the game, men always died playing football. Like it wasn't in the early 1900s. It wasn't uncommon for a guy to die in a football game.
You know what, Bill? I heard they created football to oppress the sun, man. You ever heard that?
No, I missed that one. I know that I played for 8 years, and there's damage.
He said it.
The hell, I got knocked out one time in a play, and I came to, and I got up, and I went to the huddle, and it took me a minute to realize I was standing in the wrong huddle.
Wow.
And I got pulled off
In
the
college
field
football
and then
history
sent
terms,
right
the
back
year
in.
Wow.
Is that Bill on the screen?
in college football history terms, the year 1905 stands out as being the first year the sport encounters an existential crisis. That crisis is caused because a huge number of people died or were seriously injured playing the game we love. The typical story that you hear about 1905 goes that United States President Teddy Roosevelt stepped in to save football. He used a soft voice while carrying a big stick and told the powers that be that the game would have to change or he would abolish it forever. Most stories about the year 1905 are that simple, Many people died. Teddy Roosevelt changed the game. And football and all of us who love it were happily ever after. The real truth is not that simple. Were there really that many deaths caused by football, or was this a chance for critics to eliminate the game they hated? Was the crisis overblown by muckraking media members wanting to stir the pot so they could sell more newspapers? Did Teddy Roosevelt really save football? I will examine those questions and get you answers in this video entitled Blood on the Gridiron, the True Story of the 1905 Death Harvest. The Chicago Tribune publishes a newspaper article with the headline Football Year's Death Harvest, stating that 19 players have been killed along with 137 seriously injured. Newspapers around the nation echo the death toll. The numbers vary, and many publish lists of the dead and the wounded. The Jersey City News headline states, Gridiron casualties, while the Sioux City Journal uses football's death roll. The Cincinnati Commercial Tribune in December 1905 had claimed that 25 players had died on the gridiron, along with an illustration entitled The Grim Reaper Smiles on the Goalposts. Back to that November Chicago Tribune article entitled Death Harvest. Now, the term death harvest might seem outlandish to us now, or clickbaitish, something that a guy would use in a YouTube video to get you to watch it and maybe subscribe to his channel and like his videos. But in doing research, I found that the term death harvest was actually used quite a bit. It was a term that appeared to call attention to a problem, such as a potential pandemic or a murder. And at the end of the year, they would have the year's death harvest, which would list all of the names of people, prominent people, let's say in Chicago, who died that year. But the article, in this case, the football article states, most victims were young boys. Of those slaughtered to make a touchdown, 11 were high school players, and 10 of the killed were immature boys of 17 and under. 3 hardened, seasoned, and presumably physically fit college men were slain. The others were amateurs. Body blows producing internal injuries were responsible for 4 deaths. Concussion of the brain claimed 6 victims. Injuries to the spine resulted fatally in 3 cases. Blood poisoning carried off 2 gridiron warriors, and other injuries caused 4 deaths. The article included a breakdown of serious injuries that did not result in fatalities.
I mean, sound like it's, not that bad, not as bad as, not that bad, bad, but not that bad.
I'd watch it.
Yeah.
Is this the whole country or just one league?
I think this is the whole country, but football wasn't as prevalent as it is now. Like, it was regional.
Right. That's what I mean. There was like 20 different leagues.
Yeah, it was only played in
the big cities.
Like Harvard, like in the East Coast. You know what I'm saying? At this time, it's not really played like everywhere. But but everything is relative, man, to however the times you live in. Like the times we live in now, man, fucking women voting and shit, women running for president. People would think that was crazy 100 years ago. They would think that was insane.
The Catholics didn't used to let female preachers in. I don't know if they changed that or not.
Right. People would think that was crazy.
I mean, if they actually went by the book, then they wouldn't allow it, but they don't. They don't know what the fuck they believe.
Now, Catholics don't allow female preachers or anything. They don't allow female priests, but they do allow, I think, female lectors, like to read like a scripture or two. But women have no authority in the church.
What if it's a woman that identifies as a man?
Yeah, the church isn't that woke. It was woke under
I've
Francis.
seen some pretty woke videos. I don't know.
Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of them saved. I could drop all kinds of woke church bullshit.
Yeah, but are they Catholic or are they Lutheran or?
I would
Yes,
say
man.
everything.
Catholic or Protestant.
So yeah, it's a mix of everything.
Because Lutheran used to be Catholic light, but they started letting women up be preachers.
And there goes the neighborhood.
Yep.
Repeal the 19th.
Yeah.
I've said this before. As much as I despise Islam, the only thing they get right is about how they handle women.
You know, I think that's more the
I think,
Sandman than Islam, personally. You know what I mean?
yeah, I think so too. I think you're right. But I also think that Islam does a little bit more. They hold their religious people accountable, unlike any other religion does. Maybe.
No, they
Well,
don't.
it's kind of impressive when you. I agree. It's kind of
They're
impressive.
banging little kids over there worse than the Catholics ever did.
Yeah, they
But they
are.
don't allow women the right to vote. They don't allow women to drive. Like women have to stay in the house and all that other stuff. Like
They
women
have to
aren't
cover
allowed
their
authority.
face.
And that's what I think the only thing Islam gets right on. Everything else, Islam is just
The only thing I think they might get right is the thief. You know,
they
you
cut
get
off.
one, then the second time they cut off a hand.
You know, I like their discipline. Like Christians, they claim to be Christian, but they're doing all kind of crazy shit though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
The
those
Muslims are more devoted. You know what I mean?
I
Yeah,
don't. You know
know,
what? I
they
I
have
I I
Ramadan.
I think that that's overblown though. Like I think that they are they got real gay shit going on over there, man.
Oh yeah, I have heard about that though.
They got Baki boys and T boys, and they got some fine.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
and they married 5-year-old girls.
But I think that's a part of their shit though, right? That's in the literature, so that they're not going away from it if they're doing that, right?
It is in the
Man,
Quran. Yeah,
you want
like
to talk about inbreeding? Wow.
Muhammad married Aisha when she was like 9 years old or something like that. So yeah, like child marriage, like
Wait,
that
her
is
name was Keisha?
Aisha, Aisha.
Straight sun woman.
Right, he married a queen.
Aisha, how they say it in Arabic. I
Sun
don't know.
queen.
A lot of sons have Arabic names though, but
Yeah, that's an Arabic name.
You know what?
So,
I'm a huge fan of when some men or some people they abandon their slave name and they adopt like a name like Muhammad.
another slave name.
Yeah. Yeah, my wife got an Arabic name.
Yeah,
It's the damnedest thing, isn't it? It's like the
I'm
damnedest thing.
telling you. I'm telling you. Yeah, the this is they are some gay motherfuckers, boy. That Baka boy stuff is just, oh my god.
Now that's forbidden in Islam, right? Like
Yeah,
alphabet shit.
yeah, it's supposed to be, but they do it. There's a lot of things that are
Yeah.
forbidden that they do.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
I know they don't really, as
Who
far as
knows?
I know, I haven't really seen them like abusing drugs or alcohol like that,
Oh,
like
they do that
Christians
too.
do.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even know about that. I heard a lot of people always reject that
Yeah,
stuff, but I don't
nah,
know.
them
yeah, that's
fuckers
like
are on. Lots of them are on heroin.
I just
It's
read.
like
I just saw a video like in Afghanistan. There are like 1 million like heroin addicts
Yeah,
in a
yeah,
predominantly Muslim Afghanistan.
Wow,
Yeah,
really? Wow.
yeah,
yeah. Oh yeah.
that's probably just in Kandahar.
Oh yeah.
probably.
Yeah, they require um stuff from their women that they don't do. Like the women really are the ones that are the true Muslims. because they actually have to. They have no choice.
Yeah. Well,
The
to
men
be
sleep
fair,
with prostitutes. The men sleep with prostitutes. The men sleep with boys. The men do all types of things that go against
yeah.
the godliness.
Animals.
Well,
Animals, yeah,
to be fair, if I had to live in Afghanistan, I need heroin too.
yeah. It's it's it, it's Islam is like I don't know. I just think it's a. I think I wouldn't. I don't want no part to Islam. I think Islam is is
Evil.
like a virus. It's a virus
It's
religion.
parasite.
Yeah, parasitic viral religion. It just is it's nothing because it doesn't do anything good. They haven't created anything. They don't advance culture. They definitely don't advance anything.
Oh, they've destroyed more history than they've ever created.
Exactly. They don't. They don't. They are. Yeah.
Fisherman's in the back.
Yeah. They're wicked. Um.
It's like a
So Luke,
2-minute video on Catholicism.
what you put in the back? Shout
Yeah,
out
it's
to
in the back.
shout out to Gouch Malone, man. Says salute Auckland Nation. This is a rare education we receive. Appreciate it. Yeah, man.
For
Make sure
sure.
y'all support the channel, man. Support the channel. Hit the PayPal, the Cash App, the Super Chat. Um,
Yeah, let's not criticize Christians too much. I'd hate for Iconic to come out here crying again.
you ready for Aquana to come on here crying again? Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
if we start speaking too harshly on Christians, I
Damn.
guarantee you he'll hit the link quickly crying.
Wow.
Tell me
Stray.
I'm wrong, Chief. Tell me I'm wrong right now.
That man called a stray. I don't know, man. You out there, Chronic, man. I ain't said what you said, man.
This is a little controversial because a lot of people want to deny this happened, but the first pope was actually a Jewish scholar, and this first pope, who was this great scholar, he was not a pope; he was a rabbi living in Jaffa, and the Jews were being terribly hassled by the early Christians who were hanging around Israel, and he had an idea. He says, if you give me permission, he went to the sages. He said, if you give me permission, I would like to go to the temple and ask the Kohanim for certain names of God that only they're allowed to use, and I will use them, create miracles, get all the Christians excited about it, and then move them out of Israel. And he says, but I'll do it under one condition, that the punishment for doing such a thing will fall on all of us. I don't want to take all the blame. Meaning I'll be the fall guy, but we're sharing the punishment from heaven for using the names of God for this. And they agreed. He went to the temple and he got the names from the Kohanim, and he started doing acts of wonders for the early Christians. And when they all got rallied behind him, he says, we're moving to Rome. And everyone's like, what? And he says, that's right. It's the word of God. We're moving to Rome. And all the early Christians were like, Rome it is. We're with Bozo. And they all went to Rome. This was 2,000 years ago. It's the time of the beginning of Christianity. And they moved to Rome, and he became known as the first pope.
I mean, I'm telling you, the Jews crew
Scammers
Steal
excellent.
billions of dollars from Americans every year. NBC 10 Response has told you many times.
The Jews crew's excellent at mass communications, man, as we could see.
Mm-hmm.
They're the best. They're the absolute best.
And yet iChronic will be like, no, it's not. There's no Jew. It's not. The Bible's not about Jews.
Right. Didn't he? Somebody said that Jesus wasn't a Jews crew or some shit, and was like, "What? What did you just say?"
The cope is real and it's hard.
Yeah.
I forget who said that, but I'm pretty sure somebody
a lot.
said.
Well, a lot of people are going to say that, and they're going to use the New Testament to, justify it. But
But he,
still, it's just,
but
it's
it,
just
but it's
a,
on there. It's even in there.
yeah.
It says he's a Jews crew.
I know. So it's just people who sit here and they want to die on that hill, saying that he's not. It's just, I mean, there's just people should know going in. If you want to sit here and quote the Bible, you should know that it's filled with hypocrisies. You should know that going in. And if you don't,
What?
and you
Well,
choose,
look. Well, I know one thing. If you want to go to heaven, there's only one way to go, and that's to accept your Jews crew Lord and Savior.
Mhm.
yeah.
Mhm.
It's like they can subvert media and finance, politics, universities. Why would religion not be any different?
Yeah, man.
But why do they hate Christians so much?
Gentiles.
I
They
thought they
hate
were on the same
Gentiles.
team.
They're useful
Gentiles.
idiots, and they don't necessarily hate
It seems like
Christians.
they hate. It seems like they hate Christians more than they hate Muslims. Seems like Muslims they're
They actually really like
easier to work.
Christians because Christians spread the Torah.
Right. Hmm.
It's like useful
But
idiots.
it seems like they're more hostile towards Christians.
Well, they
You know,
do.
it seems like
If
they
from a
try and
from a
nip it from
fundamental
the bud.
from a fundamental standpoint, they think Christians are idolaters in a way that they don't think Muslims are, because Christians worship a Trinity and Muslims worship a Unitarian God,
Hmm.
which is all made up bullshit. But also, they hate Christians because Christians are constantly saying the nonsense about how Jews killed God and they're evil for killing God.
Yeah,
And
but
the fact that the Christians are winning though, like Christians winning, they won.
How are they
They got
winning?
I mean, Christians got the dominant culture. All the great societies was founded on Christianity. Protestants or some kind of form of Christianity. Think about it.
I mean,
Name a
they're all
Western
falling
country.
apart.
Right. So that's the flaw. But they were built up. They built themselves. They made themselves. Yeah. The flaw, the fatal flaw, the glitch in the system. Yeah, came through at the end. But that's at the end. They had already.
Yeah, it took a
Well, I mean,
millennia.
it did what it was supposed to do. It got rid of all of the belief systems of all the different Gentile groups across the world, or at least the parts where it's infected, and it's still infecting Africa and Latin America and so on. Made all these people forget their traditions and their customs and their religious beliefs and replaced it with a form of Judaism.
Europe too. Europe, you can add Europe to that list.
Yeah, Europe was the ground zero, and then it went from there. And now you got fucking Koreans singing about a mystical Jew.
Filipino, you have
Yeah.
Filipinos
You
crying
got
about.
Filipinos spurging online about a mystical Jew.
If you think about it, man, that's pretty impressive. I mean, really think about that.
Well, what's
Yeah, it's
scary is
creepy.
the Muslim is championed through the Orient right now. That religion is picking up a lot of players.
Yeah, but it's mostly due to their birth rates, not through conversions.
I mean, talk about a magic trick, fish. The shit you just said.
Yeah, is the greatest scheme ever devised, and nobody's figured it out yet.
Mm-hmm.
At least not a significant majority of people.
Yeah, it seems like at one point, it seems like a lot of people had it figured out. The Martin Luthers and people like that. And then all of that ends up being forbidden language.
But it does seem like Islam is picking up steam, though, right? I do agree with the comment in the chat. That's kind of what the impression I got.
Oh, it's taken over
Well,
Africa, Southeast Asia.
yeah, it's taken
In America,
over
it's spreading.
Canada,
Like I heard.
the UK. Yeah.
Minnesota.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, America is the last of the Mohicans when it comes to the alt right. Shit, everybody else is completely liberalized. Well, I mean, I don't really know how the Eastern countries are, but
Well, Europe is going through its own little test right now, and
oh yeah,
the Irish are standing up a little bit.
We're all gonna be yelling Allah Akbar soon enough.
Hey, who was that? Hey, I imagine Fish would know. Who was that lady that basically said in the European Union
Barbara
we go by
Spector.
we go by the Talmudists. We
Oh, you
treat the
talking about the
Talmud
other?
as law.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think we
I
lost
can't
off.
remember her name, but she's one of the heads of the yeah.
I'm like, holy shit! These people they don't care. They're like they took their little demon mask off, man, and they're
Yeah,
just
Yeah,
like,
I
this is
mean,
what
they run the show. Like they run the global financial system. They run the fucking show.
yeah.
Like there is
That's
no,
why that's why I
there's
don't
no like
understand why.
people like to be like, oh, it's the globalists, Illuminati, Luciferian, Chi-Com, fucking
The
lizard people,
Frankists.
whatever.
Don't forget
Yeah,
about the
it's like
Frankists.
it's like shut the fuck up. It's fucking Zionist Jews. End of movie.
Mhm.
Man, I
Like
wish I
it's
had
that
that
simple.
ability to just arc out like that. Just think,
just go to sleep and
oh, like a yeah. Look at
did
the.
we just lose him? And I don't think we
Oh
did,
yeah, we
y'all.
lost him, buddy.
You lost me. Where
Oh,
you
there he
lost
come.
me?
He's back.
Oh, that
How'd you
boy
move?
back.
I never was gone. I'm listening to y'all.
Dude, you were
I
snoring
be
like a grizzly
I
bear.
got
How come every
shit. I
time I
gotta hit him.
listen to y'all,
You got
every
some
time I
adenoid
listen,
problems, brother.
every time I just
He wasn't
listen,
snoring
y'all
too
fall
loud.
asleep. That's crazy, man. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Um, yeah. Well, that was hold on. That was that video.
And
Let's
the
see what else
Muslims
is
are even
going
coming in through India, which is terrifying because they got numbers there.
on.
But that's something. There's not a lot of conversions towards Islam. It's mostly through their birth rates. You know what I mean? And there have also been a lot of Muslims who have been leaving Islam as well, especially like once there's an expression Islam was spread by the sword, but it's being killed by the internet. A lot of them are starting to see the truth about what it really is, and they are. I mean, not in big numbers, but it's starting to happen.
Well, a lot of that goes back to ignorance. I mean, there's these people that'll blow themselves up for Islam. They can't read.
No,
They
actually, a
don't
lot
know
of
what the
these
Quran even says.
Bill, a lot of these terrorists are actually very educated people. Like
Oh,
Ayman
they're up. Yeah, they
al-Zawahiri,
go to college. They get indoctrinated just like the blacks do here.
you know what I mean? And Bin Laden, he was, I think, a business student in the university. He came from a prominent family. Like
Yeah, he comes from a construction family.
the thing about Islam is Islamic terrorism or fundamentalism is it's supported by the elites.
He was our
Whereas
guy for years.
hold on. Whereas white nationalism is not supported by the elites.
Oh
That's what I'm
no,
saying.
it's been put down. White people have been told we're horrible since the early 1930s.
That's what happened. That's what I'm saying. Like if more elite people in the United States, more of the upper echelons of the glider community would embrace it, that's when we would start seeing real change. What do you think, Fisherman? Fisherman.
I don't know. I wasn't listening to what you were saying.
Oh, I has to be trolling right now.
Nah, I'm gonna hit him with that Pantheon. Wake up!
It doesn't work. I blew a fucking duck call and blew a whistle loud as fuck.
That was a good duck call. I want
He's either gonna wake up or not. Like it's on him.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
I'll
that's
come
crazy.
Pantheon to the rescue.
I'll put another link in the back.
Shout out Pantheon.
Yo, crazy, man.
Duda, have you done the umbrito shit yet? Have you talked about the umbritos?
Hey, Fish, Fisherman, can you please put
Yeah.
that? We got bread in our pocket. Bread in our pocket.
Oh, that
Bread
one.
in
Yeah,
our
that's a. Cause I got that bread in my pocket. Yeah, bread in my pocket. I got that bread in my pocket.
bread in my pocket. Bread. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I say that
Anyway,
random like throughout the day. Just
but
come
this
on.
dude was fetishizing. Man, I've never seen that before in my life. Oh my god.
You talking about that black preacher?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I screen recorded it when it happened. I listened to it all the time, and
Man.
the way that you were reacting to it, it
Wow.
was priceless.
He got buck
Man.
naked on a cross.
Oh,
Put
That
on
boy,
glory.
That's crazy.
I was like, oh no, oh
It just
no.
got worse and worse.
The only what he said is the only strip I'm in love with or some shit he said.
Yeah, the only stripper I'm in love with is just Jesus. Cause he puts that bread in my pocket.
Oh,
It's like, no, you're retarded
man.
tolerance, put bread in your pocket.
Those were
Oh,
the
And
days.
then the other pastor laying in the bed giving a sermon,
oh,
spooning the
okay.
pillow.
Yeah,
Mike Todd.
yeah.
This is his name. Mike Todd. Mike Todd.
Oh.
Yeah. Mike Todd. Oh man. Let's see this.
These 30 Christians were Jews. They kept Jewish law, and they believed that he was the Messiah. At one time, there were 24 bishops in Israel, Christian Judaism in Israel. So what happened was, after the great destruction of the temple, disaster. After the great destruction of the temple, whatever, the Christian Jews said, you know what? Why be Christian Jewish anymore? We have a choice now. Christianity changed. It became a pagan religion. That's when Christianity changed. Who changed it? Paul and Peter. Peter and Paul. Peter became the first pope in Rome, and Peter was killed. Anyway, so Peter was the one who changed. How do we know? So there's a beautiful Shulchan Aruch. The Shulchan says, the 9th day of Tevet, there's a fast day. And then he says, but no one knows why. Big debate amongst all the commentaries. They go crazy over here. No one knows why the fast day, 9th of Tevet. Number one is today we don't fast the 9th of Tevet. But he does bring down, some people do fast the 9th of Tevet. No one knows why. Some people say it's because Ezra Sofer died. So why do they tell us? Why is it secret? Because Ezra Sofer was like Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu, just like Moshe Rabbeinu's death, his place of burial is not revealed. So Ezra Sofer is like, okay, his death is not revealed. Other opinions say no, it was Peter. Shimon Pete, Kalpus, who we fast for on the 9th of Tevet, because he was a double agent and he changed Jewish Christianity into pagan Christianity. And for that, we're ever grateful for him. And that's why we fast, but we don't tell people why we fast. No one knows why we're fasting on the 9th of Tevet. That marks his death at the hands of the Romans. By the way, they killed him. They killed the first pope. He was the hero of the peace, according to Jews.
You're tuning into Black and White Sports on YouTube. The
All right. Yeah. So yeah. Let's see the LA. What's going on in LA? Ooh, wow. Damn. Okay. Let's see what's going on in LA, man. Los Angeles. Because I know if the riots are still going on. I mean, not the riots. It didn't look like no riot, man. It looked like
or like protests.
Yeah, just like people upset and shit. Some people upset. Not like it didn't look like nothing.
Shame!
You're looking at Los Angeles, chaos and clashes as ICE raid locations throughout our...
You don't see none after the sun goes down. There's none of them going on after the sun goes down. Let's see.
Where are the progressive council members? Where's the mayor? If they object to this, they should go out here doing something. If they're not going to do anything, then we're going to do something.
Breaking news now at 8. Angelenos on edge following widespread immigration raids across L.A. Protests take over the streets as police try to get the demonstrations under control.
Let's take a live look from above now. A standoff between law enforcement and protesters.
Those protests still going tonight. Good evening. You are watching LA Live News Tonight. I'm Christine Devine.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Laura Diaz in for Marla Tejas. We're continuing our team coverage on the Los Angeles ice raids.
We go live to Fox 11's Ed Lascos in downtown LA.
See, let me go to Twitter, see if there's anything in Twitter recent, man. Any recent shit on Twitter about it. Hey,
I was watching a video of the feds raiding like a warehouse, right? And lighting up all these burritos, and there was a lot. And it got me thinking, like, who's gonna work those jobs? Is some people?
yeah, man, give us a chance, man.
Right. Hey, I would pay money to see that shit.
Yeah, man. You never know, man.
Oh, I
you
know.
Never can tell.
You think the Sun sweatshop would be a successful endeavor?
Yikes.
Man.
That many sharp things around, that many Sun women?
Well, I'll tell you this much. If they were to replace them with some people, there would be a lot of soul to go around on that floor, you know?
So,
too much soul.
Yeah. Nah, you right. Sons can't do them jobs. Hell no.
That's why they got to bring in the Pakis.
Damn.
The Muslims.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They understand a good sweatshop.
Well, someone's gonna have to work it out because I was watching the video and there was a lot of burritos they had lined up. It's like, damn, who's gonna? That company's like, fuck, what are we gonna do now?
Wow. Yeah. It doesn't seem like. Is this tonight?
Share the live, guys. Share the live.
You're Latino, fucking shame. Class straight up. Fucking Latino. Fucking Latino. Shame on you. Because you're shaming yourself. Fucking sellout.
Wow.
These people are like retarded.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying every time.
I will say the blacks are better at making up rhymes.
It's fucked up. All right, man. He's giving up. He's giving up. Glizzy's still out here. I'm still out here, you guys. I'm gonna hold it down until my battery's out. I'm gonna keep giving you guys front row and center. Para los que quieran ver, aquí voy a seguir. Moni, thank you for that galaxy. Aquí voy a seguir documentando esto. Oh, ¿qué pasó ahí? ¿Qué pasó ahí? Se oye ruido. No me asusten, porque se me sale un pedo. We're on the other side, y'all. This is basically outside the jail. This federal jail. Alameda in Temple. Temple Street in Alameda here in downtown LA. Man, this is crazy again. After hours and hours and hours, the public is still upset. Police presence is still required and needed. Cindy Lou, thank you for that. To hold down the barriers here, the fort, not the fart, the fort, this imaginary border that they've placed up to keep those unruly protesters out.
That OC spray couldn't have happened to a better guy.
Wow.
He seemed to be like the only one out there.
Let's see. Salute to Douglas Chunks, man. Gifted 20 Off Nation memberships, man. Somebody match Douglas Chunks, man. Somebody match him, man. Right now, man. Somebody match Doug Chunks. Douglas Chunks, Off Nation Hall of Famer, man.
Put that bread in his pocket. Put that bread in our pocket.
That bread, yeah, man. Support the channel, man. Support the channel. Let's see.
Deacons like the doors, man.
Yeah, exactly, man. Let me see if we can see some more lynches, man.
Do the tongue thing that little Suntine was doing in the mall. Just stare in the camera and give us the tongue thing.
No.
Pause.
But yeah, no. No, won't be doing that, man. I'm trying to find that link that Esri gave me the other day. The link for
If you want, I can get it again, but I'm just gonna have to get out of the stage, and I'm gonna have to come back on again.
Okay.
You might have to put that link in the description too, because that link is very important.
I gotta save that link.
Yeah, just try bookmarking it. All right, I'll go get it now.
Yeah, I gotta bookmark it. There you go. Bookmark it. That was yesterday. Yeah, I gotta bookmark that link. There it is. I see it.
Hey, Bill, how's the weather today?
It was nice. We got up to, I don't know, about almost 60.
What was the exact wind speed down to the mile per hour?
Let me look.
Jesus Christ.
That's funny.
Yo, so stupid, man. Let me see. I had the link. I had it saved too, man. Yeah, man.
It's in the bag.
Oh, you put it in the bag, man. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I done saved this thing, man. Let me bookmark this. Oh, I had it bookmarked. God damn it.
Did I jump off? Anyway, it's 50 degrees, 10 mile an hour wind.
All right. Let me
38 degrees, or 38% humidity.
Wow. Let's see. Everybody hit the like button right now. If you haven't hit the like button, man, smash the like button right now, man. Smash that like button, man. This one says another example of Negroes lynching a Negro, unknown person and unknown offense, circa 1955, and found dangling by local white people. A white male rushed home to get his camera to snap this pic before authorities could remove the body. Police also believe suicide was a possibility in this one, since the Negro's hands were not tied. Um, Here's a black man found dangling by white people. The telltale sign Negroes may have lynched him is that there is no identity given for the Negro and no reason given for the lynching, i.e., his purported crime. Um, wow. In this postcard, we have 4 young black males clearly lynched. However, it was falsely claimed deliberately by white people. On the postcard that white people hung these black males for a gang rape of a white female in Georgia. The reason for making the false claim was likely to intimidate would-be Negro rapists from attacking white females. These blacks were actually hung in Kentucky by fellow blacks in 1908, most likely for a murder or gang rape of a Negro. Could be white male vigilantes hung these 4. Possible names: John Jones, Virgil Jones, John Boyer, and Joe Riley. The 4 were implicated in the murder of a white male. It says the Negro rapist was, in fact, a constant menace to the Americans and Negroes. Here we have another unknown Negro found by white people who was lynched. Was this lynching committed by fellow Negroes? Had the Negro raped or murdered a white person? White males would have gathered by the dozens or hundreds. His name would be known to the local press, and a picture would have been taken immediately after the lynching, depicting all of the proud white participants. Also, note how the black male is holding his warrant area, indicating he was protecting that area when shot. This tells us he most likely committed a sexual assault. You be the judge. Wow. Some of these are iconic pictures. I had no idea.
They're iconic being you've seen them before in other publications.
Yeah.
And all that Hotep shit you're brought up with.
No, not necessarily. Just books on lynchings. Just regular books on lynchings. Or regular books on history. I don't read a lot of the Hotep shit.
No, I just meant you were when you were a kid. It was kind of pushed on you. Wasn't
Oh yeah. I mean, just like You see the the lynching thing was I had totally had it wrong until recently though. Like it was just extrajudicial justice. Extrajudicial justice. Extrajudicial justice. Let's see this one. Oh no, that's a short one. Extrajudicial justice is just people. The
community
mob is so
policing?
angry. Yeah, the mob is so angry they can't wait, man. They can't. They just like fuck.
Just like that thief in Africa I told you about that got chopped up into little fist-sized pieces.
Yeah.
that I never
You
could
got
figure out was for stealing a chicken or an egg.
It said Negro would lynch Negro, beat his wife, was barely rescued by a policeman. Philadelphia, May 11th. William White, a Negro, was saved from a Negro mob intent on lynching him by a policeman. White beat his wife. A rope was already tied about his neck. Damn, policeman saved his ass. That's crazy. He saved his son from getting lynched by other sons.
You know, they say fuck the police, all cops are bad, this, that, and the third. I'm like, well, look here. I'm like, they ran to the police to save them from their own people when they were committing crimes.
Yep. Yep. A mob of North Carolina Negroes lynched the proprietor of a Negro theatrical outfit because his show did not come up to the advanced agent's promises. Theoretically, this idea may be sound, but it is general adoption would soon put the advanced agent business all to the bad. Damn, they lynched the proprietor of a Negro theatrical outfit. So goddamn dude sponsored this show, this theater group. It would be like lynching like the producers of like a sitcom because the show wasn't funny. Yeah. Jeez. Jesus. Jesus. Jeez. Sons didn't play, man. Sons didn't mess around. God damn. God damn. That's crazy. Jesus Christ.
Some of these like are sexual assaults on their family members and shit like that. Like, I didn't know the Sun community was so incestuous.
It's very rapey over in Africa too.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what
They call like redneck, like they call white like gliders rednecks and like, you know, cousin fuckers and all that shit. But like, look at these articles, man. Like it's just fucking nuts. It's mind boggling.
Well, look how can I say this? Look at how focused the average black FBA type person is about sex and the size of their dick. And it's like that's their whole world is between their legs. That's the only thing that they seem to care about.
Yeah, you know, what I mean, like that's the thing about sons. They have the minds of children, but they have like the
But
bodies of like very strong adult men and a very high sex drive. That's not a good
right.
combination.
It's like dealing with people with Down syndrome all the time.
So
It's
you
not
like people that have high sex drive?
Superhero strength. Oh, we do when we're young. But it tapers off. I'm
No,
in my
Would you
mid
say you're
50s.
no,
You've
you
slowed
white
down.
guys you got white guys have a. Don't make me start doing child rapes that come on the news, man. I skip over that shit because this ain't that type of channel. Don't make me start doing that, man. Don't make me start doing child porn. People arrested for child porn and shit.
Would you say
It's a
that your
reason.
world is between your legs?
Yeah, but these people watch child porn for a reason. They get off on it. They get off on it. Like they're not watching child porn, for research purposes. They're watching child porn to jack off to it.
Yeah, but there's
So
sick
like,
fucks everywhere.
no, but I mean like child porn is like a majority like white thing. Like getting
Is it?
arrested
Or
for.
is that just the ones that get caught?
Well, listen, no, no.
Yeah, what are you
You
getting
want,
at, Bill? Like, what are you
yeah,
trying to
what are you
say?
trying to
Oh, I
say?
don't know. I'm saying that white groups are probably the people behind that are probably white, and they're like, "Oh, let's save all the white kids," and
Huh?
Okay.
What the fuck are you talking about?
they're out there busting all the people molesting white kids. Imagine there's black kids being molested by some pervert black guy.
Well, yeah, but I don't think that's the point
No,
I was making, right?
I'm talking about child porn, like watching and like trading videos of children of adults
Oh
having
yeah,
sex with children. That's a white thing, man, in America.
Hey, did you hear about some little? Oh my God! I mean, I saw this on Twitter, and then I saw people talking about it on Facebook. Some little girl, she might be like 3 years old, and the mom be having her in these cowboy boots doing this little song,
Yeah,
and
I
they
saw
and a
that.
whole bunch of dudes be traveling like 200 plus miles to see her and hug her. I mean, oh man, it just
Put
looks
it in the
so
back
terrible.
chat if you got it. If you got
All right, let me see
it.
if I can find it.
well, it's just like those children beauty pageants or whatever. Those people are fucking crazy too.
Yeah, I mean that is sick. Yeah, there
This
is
is
a
years
sickness
before
to it.
that John Benet Ramsey girl
Yeah.
got hurt. I mean, those things should have been outlawed.
Yeah, watching little girls prance around with face full of makeup. And listen, I could see the utility of it, like young girls to, you want like, give them something to do, like cheerleading or something like that. But it
It's
quickly
easier than to be
become,
lazy, like in a way. But like I don't know. It can kind of sexualize.
oh yeah, it can go bad quick because all it takes is the pedophile. The pedophile shows up because he sees that it's a place where he can get off. And then you got these strange men hanging around children pageants and shit.
Right.
But then you
And
don't. But then you can't stop everything because of pedophiles. You still got like you can't like you know what I'm saying. We can't do this because a pedophile might get off on it. You wouldn't do anything, you know. Um, so yeah, this one says Negroes lynch Negro for stealing a bale of cotton from a gin. A dispatch from Hernando, Mississippi reports the lynching near that place last night of W.J. Jackson, a Negro, by members of his own race. Jackson, it is stated, was discovered while attempting to remove a bale of cotton, the property of another Negro, from a gin Tuesday night. He escaped but was captured later yesterday, and while being taken to the jail, secured and hanged by a mob composed of Negroes. God damn. They don't play, man. They just fucking take
Yeah,
you and win choice.
yeah, but you know what? If you were to bring this up to any Hotep or any son, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, well you guys taught us how to do that shit." You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
stuff like
But that well, the only things we know how to do that the white man told us is the bad things. The white man didn't teach us how to fucking build a bridge or build a dam, right? The white man didn't teach us how to fucking, you know what I'm saying?
make a power plant.
Yeah.
But
Like,
like the white man taught us how to hate. You know what I mean? Because the way they treat us, I'm like, we taught you how to do other shit, but like you only take the violent stuff. That's all you
Pay
guys do.
attention.
violence is easy. Violence comes easy to us. That's why we do the things that the violence comes easy. All the other stuff is hard. Um, let's see. Wow. There's some more. I think there's some more on this page here. Bryan Negro Club at Springfield, Ohio, Thursday night. A Bryan Club, 600 strong, was organized by the Negro voters, led by colored soldiers who formerly served at Brownsville. This city spent a night of horror at La Roque. Flames surrounded the train and hundreds in their cars. The terrified passengers spent the night in momentary expectation that the train would be consumed. It was saved, however, and passengers came onto Alpena this afternoon. Rogers City was threatened this afternoon, but it is now hoped that the town can be saved. And we're rioted by Negroes too. Like Negroes was rioting a lot back then. Small Slayer hanged. A Barnwell murder preferred death to life sentence. Friday at 8 minutes after 12 o'clock, for the first time in 12 years, Barnwell County witnessed a legal hanging. Elliot Green, Bob Green, a Negro, paid the death penalty for the foul murder of Olivia Smalls, another Negro, on the place of Herman Brown near Blackville last February. The story of Green's crime, for which he has paid the death penalty, as told by himself to the correspondent of the News and Courier a few hours before execution, is as follows. Sometime last spring, while living in Williston, I went up to Blackville. I found Oliver Small, the dead man, and went with him to his house on the place of the Browns near Blackville. There I saw Ed Ferguson and Cliff Mosley. I did not know them before. We played cards, and I lost all my money and pawned my pistol to Oliver Small for $3. When we stopped playing, I asked him for my pistol. And when he did not give it to me, I hit him in the head with a piece of iron. I then set the house on fire. God damn. Jesus Christ. There was no one there but me and him. The others had gone. I did not put kerosene on him and put him over the woodhocks. I left him on the floor by the fire and set the home on fire. I set the bed on fire and set the house on fire. So he was playing cards. He lost all
his
his money. So he pawned his gun to one of the guys that was playing cards.
Give me $3
for the gun. And then after the game was over, he asked the guy for his gun back. Even though that's not how it works.
Yeah, he said, "You got my $3?" He said, "No, but I got this this iron pipe." Don't.
Yeah. Wow. Blacks gonna love that. I can tell. They would love that story. Sticking to the white man. Wow. That's crazy. Wow, that is crazy. Negro shot amid shoppers. Dover crowd angry at women's peril threatened lynching. Dover, Delaware, August 1st. After he had shot Joseph Turner, a Negro, 4 times amid a crowd of women shoppers on Lockerman Street, Lewis Davis, a Negro, was threatened with lynching by a crowd of 1,000 men. Among the crowd were many Negroes. Turner is dying. Chief of Police Hurd arrested Davis and took him to the magistrate's office, where the crowd became so threatening that Hurd and his deputies were forced to hurry Turner to jail. Davis threatened to fire on Hurd when arrested, but was disarmed. Wow.
Notice a lot of these, like, they're more black on black lynchings in the North than there are white on black lynchings in the North. You know what I mean? So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, it seems they were policing their own neighborhood, picking up their own garbage.
Yeah. Well, at least they held themselves accountable back then. And you could probably argue that probably came from Kleider influence. Who knows?
Maybe, maybe so. But yeah, I know. Uh, that sons, man. If this shit was still, they're lynching each other. Like, let's just look at it today. What they're doing today is literally lynching, but the gun has given them a way to do it quicker. Like, you don't have to engage the Negro. You can just get in the car, pull up, lynch him, and then be on your way without ever even having
I
to.
I I, I drive by lynching.
Yeah, exactly. So
Well, even that, the rules changed since I was a kid. When you drove by, first you had to be stopped, then you had to like drag your foot on the ground, and then you just rolled by it, and then you're driving by at 60 shooting everybody now. So even that, the drive-by rule has changed since you were born.
Huh. I speaking of that, can you imagine Sunman back in the day, in those days with the mobs and those simpler weapons? Sunmen don't really
yeah,
have good aim, you
not at
know.
all.
So
But
I
thank
wonder
God
what
they only had 6 rounds until they had to reload.
yeah, I wonder what that shit looked like.
Except that guy last night that had a Glock. Good Lord. He shot 20 people or something.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if the founders of America could have gotten like a vision of a Sun team with a Glock with a switch and a 30 with a drum? That how terrifying that would look to them.
Jeez.
With
Jeez.
500 of them?
What?
500 of them, like Ox said.
I mean, I could imagine that would be a mind fuck. That's a hell of a sight right there.
Yeah.
That would make a
It
sun downtown.
is. Yeah. Definitely. Whew.
At least there were reasons for the killings back then. Now it's, oh, he looked at me wrong, or he scuffed my sneaker, or any of the
But there
plethora.
was that too. There was that too, though. That too was going on. Yeah, don't think it wasn't, man. That was going on too, man.
You
So
want
just
some you want some funny African Christian videos?
African fishermen.
No, African Christian.
Oh, African Christian videos. Go ahead.
All right, I'll drop some in the back.
African Christian videos. Yeah, they some of the biggest Christians out in the game. Yeah, they're some of the biggest
No
Christians.
sex into poo poo. I remember that guy talking about gays.
Are you
Kept
gay?
talking about poo poo.
Why are you gay? Um, let's see. Uh, oh yeah, I did want to show y'all this. Where did I do? Was it-
Cuban reggaeton artist Chocolate MC is back inside of a Miami-Dade County jail. Records show the singer, whose real name is Josvani Sierra Hernandez, picked up a new case overnight, but the artist will not be getting out anytime soon.
And our Christian Colonna is joining us live from court to explain why exactly, Christian.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we'll start off from yesterday, where Chocolate had a hearing at 9 a.m. that he didn't show up to. So the judge was surprised and told his attorney that his client needed to show up today. If not, he would issue a warrant out for his arrest. Come to find out, fast forward to this morning, Chocolate did not show up because he, like you said, he's currently in jail because he picked up a new case overnight.
Cuban rapper Chocolate MC, or Josvani Sierra Hernandez, with a new mugshot and back in jail, this time on aggravated battery and kidnapping related charges. Records show a fan approached the singer at a supermarket on Opalaca Boulevard. The fan was starstruck for the wrong reasons, after police say the singer pointed a gun on his chest and forced him to surrender his car and demanded money. Records go on to say Chocolate forced his fan to drive around several locations for about 2 hours. The reggaetonero was eventually arrested. The singer was out on bond most recently for allegedly going on social media and encouraging inmates to kill another inmate for him. The inmate record showed Chocolate, the one it killed, is charged for the 2024 murder of another singer named El Tiger, killed in Miami last year. The latest arrest comes as Chocolate sat down with us for an exclusive interview just this weekend. I want to be calm, Chocolate says. I want to fix my life so that police can leave me alone.
And the singer is expected to go through bond court at some point today. We'll for sure keep you posted on those details, but the judge presiding over those other cases already ruled that he must stay in jail until further notice. Of course, we'll keep you posted if anything changes today. But for now, we're live in Miami. Christian Colon, NBC6 News.
You know what?
And we do have a breaking news.
You know what? I for the strength, the Umbritos will take Chocolate out for your hands. They're going to our shit.
Oh, because he's reggaeton.
He looks like he's in a Spanish culture, right?
Yeah, reggaeton, man. Yeah, y'all can have him. Jeez.
Yeah, we got you.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Even though
I put a link in the back.
I mean, y'all have a lot going on now, you know? We get it.
Yeah. Got our hands full. We got our hands full. Make sure y'all support the channel, guys. We got like hundreds of people in here and only like 6 or 7 people support the channel. That's crazy. That's very crazy. Wow. Hit the like button as well too, man. The likes, the likes gotta go up. Likes need to go up. Yeah, hit the like button, man. Smash the like button wherever you watching, man.
Do you trust the number of likes you see on there?
I mean, yeah. I mean, people don't hit the like button, so like, it's not like the likes have gone down. It's the same shit. Like people just don't really hit the like button. Not like that. But it is weird though that some channels like get like they'll have like 2,000 views and have like 1,000 likes.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of manipulation. I think there's so much manipulation in all those numbers.
I do notice that when I watch certain people's videos, it's like I could have 100,000 views and I ain't gonna get 100, and I ain't gonna get 1,000 likes. I do notice that though, like some channels just get a shit ton of likes. I'm talking about like, but it's just it's some other channels that I see other channels too that don't get likes. Yeah, it's got to be something that they're doing with the like button, but I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing to make it like that, though.
I mean, they could. There's a lot of things they could do. They can make it to where like each like is only an eighth of a like in the system. So it's like you got to have 8 people hit the like button for a like to actually move the number. Or they could just simply go in there and take likes away whenever they want to. I mean, look at what they did with the dislike button. They just fucking got rid of it. Like they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, exactly. They can do whatever they want. So I don't know what they're doing. But they definitely can do whatever the fuck they want. That's for sure. That's for sure. For sure.
I put a link in the bag though. I don't know if you heard me.
Okay. I don't see it. Oh, am I looking at the wrong channel? Am I looking at the wrong? I might be looking at the wrong channel.
It's a little bit up in the back chat because everybody's talking about other things back there.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I never read the back chat. That's crazy. I didn't know all this was going on back there.
Yeah, there's always shit going on back there.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
That's
man,
where
we be having debates, man.
that's where Chronic
I
and
be trying
Wicked
to
go to make up.
I be
That's why.
I
That's
be
why
trying to
Connor
get caught
goes
up.
to beg for forgiveness. You know.
Yeah, Chronic. Y'all think he spazzes in the panel?
Right. You should see him in the back chat crying.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Or you should see him. Like it's bad.
Oh wow.
It's hilarious, actually.
Wow.
I can see some of you are waiting for time.
That mystical Jew got him.
Yeah. Want to see a magic trick?
Look at the people in the crowd.
All he wants to do is fuck hoes. That's it.
That's really all it is.
Dick. But what is he doing? Like what is that considered?
He's speaking in tongues.
Oh, that's what he's doing.
Look, oral sex.
Oh,
Oral
wow.
sex, demon.
Oh,
You see
this
oral
is
sex? Look, oral sex.
hey,
Look,
this
look,
is
look,
Minister
look.
Jap.
You oral sex. Use oral sex. Let that sperm of that man out. Out.
Sex demon.
Out, you demon. Out. Let go. Let go. Let go.
He
Let
gonna
go.
start spraying that cook.
2 Sundays
Oh,
apart,
this is so
a
stupid.
demon came with his penis and put it in my mouth. And then he came again and he slept with me last week. And I told the pastor that I need deliverance.
His name was Akintunde.
And my private part has been itching.
You've been itching.
Yes.
Get. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Speak. Who are you?
Fun fact: I think Derek Jackson's at this church.
Who are you? Look at that demon. Look at that demon.
Wow.
Look at that demon. Look at that demon. Look at that demon.
Wow.
Look at that demon. Who are you? Who are you? Speak. Speak out. Who are you? Who are you?
The demon known as Stat.
Jesus. You demon can help you.
Watch, he gonna spray some. What?
Kick that
Come up from the private part. You in her private part. Demon in the private part. Watch what happens. Fire! Fire! Fire!
Oh my God! How humiliated!
Come out from the private. Come out from the private. Come out. Out. From the private. Go.
This has got to be staged.
Oh, absolutely.
Staged.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Oh, it's an act. They take this shit on the road just like, the old bike dancing with snakes shit they do in Appalachia.
What happened to you today?
So you delivered me today, and then when I went to the bathroom, I think 15 minutes later, some white stuff came out with the blood after you sprayed.
Oh, come on, somebody. After I spray with the water, after I spray, something came out white. Put your hands together. Hallelujah. May your healing and deliverance be permanent in Jesus' name. Come on and give the glory to Jesus.
Do you think that
Cancer, Pastor! Cancer! All the
This is
pain
Benny
is
Hinn. He'll
gone
slap the
in
shit out of
his
him.
chest!
We break it in the name
Bow.
of the Lord.
I'm embarrassed to admit my family, like a couple generations back, this is them.
my mom loved Benny Hinn. Loved Benny Hinn.
Lupus, all the pain is gone.
And this is all just based on Jewish, whatever, made up Jewish stuff.
What's wrong with her? Lupus! Holy, holy.
This feels more idolatry.
I mean, this is why Jews don't respect the Lord. It's because we do shit like this.
It reminds me of those martial arts videos.
Hey, what about the Thank You Jesus and Rita?
15 years old!
I love you, Jesus.
Joshua, 15 years old!
He's great.
He was in a fire when he was 3. It caused traumatic symptoms. He could not speak correctly. He stuttered for 13 years.
You need to take the dude from yesterday to this guy.
She was in the choir. She was in the choir. Her glasses fell off. She could see. She what? She what? She's in the choir. Her glasses fell off. And now her eyes. What is the lamb?
Cancer, Pastor!
Cancer.
Cancer! All the pain is gone!
This guy for sure drives the Cadillac.
Hey, I didn't like he pushed the sun lady a little harder than the other folks.
All the pain is gone. Behold the anointing.
Hey, maybe Aki's right. Maybe we didn't go to the fucking space.
Maybe what?
Aki's right about space.
Oh shit! No shit.
No, these are the people that are going to put us in space colonies on Mars. Dude.
Well, he's riding around in a G5.
Right.
I mean, look how many people are
Not a
standing in that
Mercedes,
fucking
Rick, at a
auditorium.
Gulfstream.
Man, that is crazy, dude. You know,
This
this guy. He gotta have a private jet, right?
He's got a
He
Gulfstream.
probably got 5.
Benny's got buku money.
My mom was like a big fan. Full disclosure, I went to 2 of his things. Ugh,
That's embarrassing. I'm sorry.
I know. Thank you.
Dude, my family straight up used to dance with snakes.
That's the shit I was talking about, the old tent revival thing, where they go from town to town with their little canvas pop-up tent and, dancing around with venomous snakes. Some of them were the real deal, and a lot of people ended up getting bit.
Yeah.
You guys got those timber rattlers over there.
But this is what Jewish mysticism gets you.
Yeah.
It looks just like that fake karate stuff.
Look at him. Look at him. Look, oral sex. Oral
Where's
permanent in Jesus' name. Come on and give the glory to Jesus.
kind of
What's going on?
Come on and give the glory of God to Jesus.
he's gonna Febreze the jizz out of her. That he put there right before the service.
Let's see. Damn. Maybe.
I think Wicked's in the bag.
I just put another link in the bag. That's good. It's 3 minutes of a Jew actually explaining, like, how stupid we are.
Yo, but still, man, the funniest one gotta be the "I am delivered."
The gay delivered.
Yeah, that gay no more.
Yeah,
I don't like men's no more.
Right, that's the.
I am delivered.
Wait. Women.
That's my favorite part because he got disgusted saying,
We're idolaters. They'll say, yeah. Why serve Avodah Zarah, Avodah Kachamazolos? Let's take a Yiddah and serve a Yiddah. Let's serve a Jew, worship a Jew. V'esachicha tavoid means that the Christian world will worship a Jew as their God. V'esachicha tavoid. You will worship your brother. At first, they worshiped the sun and the moon, and then when they chose to serve other gods, they chose the despicable Nazarene. Why? It's a nevuah. Not you're going to serve your brother, you're going to worship your brother. Yitzchak says to Esav, you want a connection to godliness, to sanctity? You're going to drop the sun, the moon, and the stars? There's only one way to connect to real Kedusha. You are going to worship a Yid. V'yes achicha ta'avoid. When Esav heard that, he was worried that he would have to start worshiping Yaakov Avinu. That nevuah of Yes achicha ta'avoid haunted Esav so deeply. Vayistoim Esav es Yaakov. Esav es Yaakov. If you want to know the root of anti-Semitism, the root is because deep down they know they suffer the most indignant fate. That not only do they serve us, they worship a Yid. The older one will worship the younger one. Esav
Do you know what he's
will
saying,
worship Yaakov. Esav, the Goyim, the Romans, the Christian world will worship the Yaizal, Yashka, Oisai Ha'ish. The gift that Yaakov gave Esav is he gave Esav Christianity. Before the world of Christianity, before the religion of Christianity, the Romans worshipped the stars, they worshipped the constellations, but as soon as they as soon as they decided to adopt a religion, what kind of religion did they adopt? V'yes achicha tavoid. They didn't worship a god. They took a Yid. They took a Jew. You're going to worship your brother, says Yitzchak to Esav. My blessing or curse to you is that you're going to suffer the indignant fate that if you ever want to come close to God, you're going to have to worship a Jew. You're going to deify a Jew. You're going to consider a Jew a God, Eloki. That's the bracha, esachicha tavoid.
That's what
Yitzchak tells Esav, you can't worship God. You can only worship Yaakov. And when Esav heard that he's going to suffer this indignant fate, he thought, not only am I going to have to worship a Jew, maybe that means I'm going to be worshiping Yaakov Avinu himself as a God. And therefore Esav hates Yaakov then and eternally. Because deep down they know that they've been given the most indignant fate. That is, they have to worship a Jew. That is their religion. They worship the Jewish people. That the Yashka, the Yoizel, was a Jew, and that is their God.
You know, in the Bible,
Our next one
Jesus-
takes us to the southeast. The sun.
in the Bible, Jesus calls himself God, the Son of God and God. But I mean, everything. What do you think about what he said? Like, what do you think about what that Jews said?
I mean, I guess, yeah, we do worship a Jew. If that is the case, yeah.
Well, what do you mean if it is the case?
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
but he changed. He became a Christian when he.
But he's still a Jewish crew.
Yeah, he's still a Jewish guy. Yeah.
And we worship him. He is the only way to heaven.
Yeah, it's wild. It's just bananas. You got to suspend reality, though.
It's very impressive. I mean, look, I'm impressed. It's incredible if you think about it. How this small demographic. I told you before, the Romans conquered so many different groups, right? Little did they know that this group out of Judea would be the most formidable of all the groups they conquered.
Wow.
I think the Austrian painter wasn't wrong about these people.
Really?
I think everything he said was spot
I mean,
on.
people throughout history, like, he was not a novel figure. Like, there was him saying what he said about these people being subversive was not new to the world at all.
I mean,
This
they've
shit's
been
been
kicked
going
out
on for hundreds of years.
109 times. They've been kicked out of places.
I mean,
109 times.
depending on how you define it, it was more than that.
Yeah.
Fish, how old are you? Mid-20s? Have you ever seen an old movie filmed 20s maybe called The Rothschilds or something like that? Talks about the banking industry and how the Jews, then the Rothschild family split up in Europe.
Do you want to watch? Do you want a documentary to go watch?
Please.
Well, no, I'm asking you about a Hollywood movie.
All right, go watch a movie called or a documentary called Money Masters. It's extremely long. It's like 7-9 hours.
Where can you find it? BitChute?
You can, you can get on BitChute, Rumble. It might still be on YouTube.
So, do you know the movie I was talking about?
No, I have no fucking idea what you're talking about ever, Bill.
Okay.
I admire your bluntness, fisherman. I really do.
Man,
But you know, I realized this when I was 11 years old, right? When I did my first communion, as I was learning, right? And it just dawned on me, like, why am I worshiping a Jewish crew? And I didn't wonder it maliciously. I was just curious, like, why does the cross of my Lord and Savior say the King of the Jewish crew? You know, because that's how they crucified him, with that sign on it, right?
INRI. Yeah, that's just not
INRI, right? That's why when I read that part, it stuck to me. I was 11, Chief, and I could never get past it, right? And then when I was like 14, 15, I accidentally read the Small Mustache Man's book, right? And he made some incredible points that were really food for thought, you know? And ever since then, I mean,
like
obviously fisherman is really.
What did he say that was?
Well, the thing that drew my attention was that you could parallel what was happening in Germany during his time to America now, right?
Yeah.
The Jewish crew was dominating finances and media, and they were dumbing people down. They were dumbing the Germans down.
They're pushing degeneracy and all that other stuff, and a lot of
The small mustache guy, and he believed that for example, the music that the Germans produced was like intellectual music, right? But the Juice Crew were pushing like stupid music, right? The entertainment that the Germans had was theater. It was thought provoking, right? But the Juice Crew were pushing silly nonsense. So one of the things, as again as a kid, that popped to my mind, because I used to love the Three Stooges. I used to think they were funny, right? But it hit me. I was like, they were Juice Crew, and it's very dumb. It's very dumb, and like shit like the
Same
Three
thing with
Stooges.
Seinfeld. That show, yeah.
You know what I'm saying, though, Chief?
Yeah.
As opposed to pushing forth thought provoking intellectual content, they're pushing through, you know, stupid shit. Makes sense.
Yeah. You,
So I saw a lot
you,
of parallels from what he
you
was
know
saying.
what? You know the show Seinfeld, a show about nothing. Where like they're all Juice Crew too. Michael Richards, Jerry Seinfeld, I
Yeah.
think. They're like, yeah,
The
yeah.
the, the, the one Curb Your Enthusiasm guy, I forget, Larry
Larry
David.
David.
Yeah, all of Hollywood, the banking. Kanye proved that you can't talk about it. I thought everybody knew it, but he talked about it, and it cost him millions.
Yeah, he
But
even
again, like
had
I
to
was a
put up
kid.
with
I was a kid when I
$1,000.
saw that shit. Fisherman obviously is more versed in this than I
Yeah, I
am.
mean, I was like 14 or 15 as well, and we had a sermon about the Juice Crew and how special they were, and I was thinking, like, why is this whole story just about them? Like, why are they so special? Why did all this covenant shit? Like, this doesn't like none of it resonated with me. And it seemed like the Bible, like the more you read through it, it's like this is just rambling bullshit.
Yeah, and I read the Bible. I do. I read every day. I read like the verse of the day, right? And I go to church sometimes. And I noticed that it's just praising the Jewish crew and their land. Like it talks about like what Mount Zion. It talks about Israel. It just praises them throughout. It's all about them, And me personally, I don't necessarily agree with that. You know what I mean? So I kind of like ignore those parts, the parts that glorify, like Moses, right? People that it glorifies them. But it's very impressive. Again, I keep saying it because if you think about it, it's just incredible how this small group has been such a fierce force in the history of the world. I would say, right?
you knocked him out.
Damn.
I put another link in the bag though of it's a bunch of Christians that go to Israel and work for free for Jews and pick their crops for them just because they
Embarrassing.
interpret the Bible that way. They literally
Fisherman,
welcome the idea of being a slave.
Fisherman, what kind of Christian were you? You Methodist, Baptist,
I
or
was Baptist.
right? Figured.
What about you, freak?
I grew up secular, but then I converted to Catholicism. But then I
Wait,
kind of fell off of it.
wait. So your family was secular?
Well, my mom was raised Catholic. My father, they were more they were Muslim. Because
Oh,
they were under the Ottoman Empire. Like,
okay,
and
gotcha.
before that, they were Christian.
So what
Hundreds of
made you Catholic?
I don't know because I just thought it was I just thought it was the right way, but then I realized there's a lot of issues with it. You know, like one thing I have an issue with is the infallibility of the Pope. And look at our last Pope we had; he was a globalist. He was.
I mean, yeah, that's what the religion teaches. You can't sit there and say like I want my country to be like this and speak this language and blah blah blah. Like Christianity doesn't create any sort of boundaries in that way.
I think that's a way for
Because
it to spread, right?
it's a very universal in nature.
Yeah, but
That's
it
why.
has to be in order to spread, right? It has to be inclusive. In
Yeah,
order
I mean that was the idea, was to get as many Gentiles to adopt
Right.
this as possible. And it
Right.
wasn't like a clean path along the way either. Like they killed a lot of people
Yeah, for
that
sure.
that didn't want to participate.
100%. Like you don't really see that from like what is it called, Taoism or Buddhism? As far as I know, anyway, they were not as aggressive or militant as the Christians. You know,
Well, Islam, they were the most.
they were there, but it's Abrahamic, dude. We talked about that before. There's one of the Abrahamic religions, right?
Yeah.
So they're very tight, close together. You know, they're damn near the same thing, really. If you ask me, anyway. Obviously, it
I
has its
mean,
own
Islam isn't helping Arabs in any way. Like it just makes them retarded.
And the inbreeding too. Let's not forget that.
I mean, that's part of the problem is the way they, the mating practices in Islam promote that.
What do you think, Bill? What are your thoughts on all this?
As far as what?
Everything, like this
Well, I
disparaging
think
conversation on Christianity.
Muslims inbreed in the Middle East. Oh yeah,
What,
villages fuck each other for centuries. Nobody gets over the hill
well, what about the Christian one part
until
though?
a kid
What,
comes out with a fist coming out of his forehead, and they finally
So,
convince everybody to
what do
go
you
over the
think
hill.
about Christianity?
what about the Christian part though? Yeah, the Muslim one, we know we know that. What you think about it? What about the Christian one?
Well, I don't want to get into a theological debate with.
Oh,
I'm
that's what
not.
you'd rather have with Christianity.
Well,
So, like,
I call myself a Christian.
if I walked up to you on the street and I started talking to you about a guy that could walk on water and talk to animals, you would think I was fucking insane.
Well, I consider myself a Christian by my own beliefs. I was raised Catholic.
Me too.
Stepped out from the church at 12. Somehow made it through altar boy and all that stuff, and never got touched. So I must have been an ugly kid.
Well, that's good.
And then didn't mess with the church for a long time, and then found religion in my own way. But I don't believe you have to go to a building or talk to a guy in a funny hat, or give X amount of my wages to the church so you too can become a god.
Yeah. So what do you think though, as far as what Fisherman is saying about the Jewish crew and Christianity?
Oh, I don't know what to believe as far as all them videos of that Fish puts up. I try to be polite to that kid, and all he does is just try to be a dick every time he opens his mouth.
Who's that?
Fisherman.
Oh.
I'm just telling the truth. That's all I've ever done since I got on here.
I'd call you a cocksucker, but I heard you were trying to quit.
I mean, someone got voted the president twice, and then someone else keeps ending up on a poll. So you tell me.
Yeah, I won every one of them.
But you gotta admit,
I'm not here for a popularity contest with you. And I was asking your age because I was talking about a movie that's from the 20s or 30s. I wasn't trying to shame you somehow.
So you think I'm 100 years old? Like, what the fuck do you think?
No, I thought maybe you might look at history.
Go watch the movie Money Masters. Just go watch that.
I will say this about Fisherman, like he makes good points and all that, but like he does come across a certain type of way, but Fisherman, not that he needs my approval.
Yeah. But Bill, you gotta admit the one Juice crew talking about how we're gonna make them praise one of us as their God. It's very interesting, is it not?
That's what they plausible. Did. Yeah, that's what they did. I mean, but you can frame it and slant it any way you want to. That's part of the problem with a book.
Yeah, I mean, you can frame it.
And I found my own way.
Yeah,
to find peace and serve what I consider to be a higher power. How about you? What about you, Wick? You see, with your line of work, you see the dregs of society.
Yeah, I just think I just think we're another species on this planet, right? At the end of the day, our
So you
strength
think
is
we're?
that we have the intellect that we do.
Do you
A
think we
lot of
came
it
from
has like
apes or
claws
not?
and teeth. What was that?
Do you think we came from apes or not?
I don't know. I would say so personally. But I think we are another species, right? We have our strengths. Like again, a bear has its strengths. We have ours. Um, and I do believe in like you said earlier. I'm still a Catholic to this day. But obviously, I've said it repeatedly. I take away the Jewish crew aspect of it myself, anyway. I think the main reason why I'm still Catholic, Bill, is because, and I don't know if this is gonna sound cliche, but because I love and honor my ancestors, my grandparents, my uncles, my parents.
So it's more of a traditional thing
Yeah,
than
it's
an
more it's
actual
more it's more
belief,
of a honoring my family thing,
but it's
Oh
not
yeah,
a belief.
I mean, a lot of people would lose their connection with their family, most of their family. I would. Like if I went as hard, like I mean I have before, but like they can't handle this kind of stuff.
No, my family wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't even want to discuss it with them anyway. It's just for what.
Can I ask you something, Fisherman? Are your parents or your family racially conscious? How do they
No, not at all.
at
Maybe
all?
my dad a little bit, but that's about it.
What about your grandparents?
They were to a degree, but they never spoke about it. They were scared to.
How the South has fallen.
Yeah. Hey, did you guys see the one episode where Aqua was sleeping for like 2-3 hours?
You talking about the one where I tried to wake him up?
Was that the one?
Yeah, there was one I was literally blowing a whistle and a duck call, and he didn't even move.
I don't think it was that one. I think I came on after that. But recently he was out for like 3 hours and he was like by himself like this. It was hilarious. Because the next day when I saw the video, it was like 7-8 hours long, and I was surprised. I was like, wow, I did a long stream. I wonder what they discussed. So I started skipping around, and he was just sleeping. It was hilarious, and
Yeah,
but the chat was still going though the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, he had like 80 people up until like 6 in the morning.
he did eventually wake up, and then like there were some panel members showing up. So yeah, the show did resume. I think, right?
Yeah, I want to. Well, one of them, not that one. That one it didn't, but there was one. I think the one after the day after that happened. Because I think that's the one where Fisherman was doing the Doug whistle. But some guy was we were arguing on one of these panels, and he tells me pretty much, "Fuck you, Wicked. You go on a panel with Ike to watch him sleep," and I really couldn't like, well, how can I can't defend that, right? But still, Ike sleeping aside, right? This is very important shit. I think.
Yeah,
I
it
think
is.
it's
And I've
important.
been
You don't
on
get
other
this.
panels on other channels, and they're terrible.
Yeah, you don't get this. You don't get this anywhere. I don't think. Like look at what he did yesterday and today with the lynchings. How that destroys the narrative that we keep hearing to this day.
And then this fucker gets on here yesterday and is talking about, oh, it's propaganda. Like
Right.
you can't
There's no
reason with
solution, Bill.
somebody that's stupid.
But he's typical though. He's a
Yeah,
typical
like
brother.
that's a very normal thing out of the
Yeah,
Sun community.
it is. It is. But and I'll go further for sure. Some community, but just humans. You made a point recently, Fish, where you said like humans are fucking dumb. They're done. Forget about like time travel and space travel and all that. Who knows? I mean, humans are fucking dumb.
Yeah, your average person is very intellectually lazy. and they just want to go with the herd. They don't care what the fuck the thing is. They just want to feel like they're a part of the herd because that's, that's safety. That's why they refer to us as sheep in, the Christian congregation. You're
The
just
flock.
following. Yeah, you're just following what you're told. You're not coming to any conclusion on your own. When you go to your school, they never ask you like to formulate an opinion. You just follow what you're told. You regurgitate what you're told to memorize. At no point during your development do you ever come up with your own opinions.
Yeah, for sure. And here in this bubble anyway, we discuss, we go against the grain, man. Like the things we discuss, it's not discussed as far as I know.
Well, I mean, the thing here about this channel is like he gets panel members who are Glider, who are Sun, who are
Yeah.
Umbrito, like and like they all have their different viewpoints and
Yeah.
worldviews, like people from all walks of life, and like and that helps definitely shed a lot of light and help us see things from different angles.
Yeah, for sure. You know, one of my favorite episodes, Bill, I don't know if you
Sure.
saw it, but it was me arguing with a Filipino and a
Yeah.
Canadian about America.
Yeah.
And they were telling me, again, I'm here. They've never. I don't even think the Filipino or the Canadian. I say this respectfully to them, right? They never even stepped foot in America. So to me, it was just odd that they would tell me about America. You know what I mean, Bill?
Yeah,
I think
they
it's the
call it
damnedest thing.
they call it the brain box for a reason. I mean, I was one of the few people that was kind of excited about computers and this technology, and that you could have, the information of the world at your fingertips.
Right, right.
And the fact that nobody fucking uses it
Yeah.
is painful.
It is. It is. You know, somebody told me once that maybe we were not meant to be exposed to the world like that. You know, like, and one thing that comes to mind is George Floyd, right?
Yeah, I
We were all
really don't
so
think that most people can handle it.
yeah. It doesn't seem like it. Like we were not meant to be that connected.
Well, it's like drinking from a fire hose. You'll go looking for one thing, and the next thing you know, you're down this rabbit hole. And people believe it's easier to fool someone to convince them they've been fooled. The old trope.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
I mean, there's the old, I think it was a Catholic priest saying where it's like, you give me a boy his first 7 years and I'll show you the man. Like they got to get the right talking points in your brain before you can figure out what the fuck's going on. Then it'll be that much harder to convince you that you were lied to when you reach your adulthood.
No, there's a content creator who used to be on YouTube, and now he's on BitChute. His name is Alternative Hypothesis, and he says like they start pushing the idea, the education on slavery on younger children, and like and then he draws it to parallels on like how they believe in Santa Claus, like so they believe like children believe in Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny at like certain ages, and that's when they start pushing this stuff because they know they're going to start believing in fantasy. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like that's all this shit is just like, I mean, as real as it happened, it's propaganda. And that's when
Do
they're
you
most.
know? Do you know who Norman Dodd is? Freak.
Not really. Explain.
Okay, you should look up Norman Dodd in the Reese report.
All right, I'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah, REECE, the Reese report.
Okay.
Support the channel.
You talking about the Angel Reese report?
No, I don't give a fuck about her.
Mm-hmm.
He said Angel Reese.
Yeah, we're talking about Angel Reese, dog.
We know what Aqua's dreaming about.
No.
Aqua, she was posterizing Aqua in a bikini, and he was just motorboating.
Yeah, I
on the
don't
way
blame
down.
you, Chief.
Aqua's planted on her stem.
No.
There's no way that's a chick.
Yeah, she's pretty. She's a pretty girl.
Mm.
You don't
She's a
think so?
pretty girl. She's like 6'10".
Is she really?
She's 6'3", I think.
So what?
Oh, I thought she was bigger than that.
No, dude, there ain't no. I mean, there's like Brittany Griner, I think, is like 6'9" or something. But other
Maybe
than
that's the
that,
one I was thinking of.
most
Yo,
of them are like
yo,
under 6'5".
yo. As a matter of fact, I was
That is
watching
the one I
Brittany
was
Griner
thinking of.
recently, right? And it hit me, Chief. Bitch, we gave up the Lord of War for you. You better be putting up double doubles on a regular.
Mm.
And the other chick, you're right, is only 6'2" or 3", and she hasn't won a game for her team all year or something like that. I heard. Angel
I
Reese.
dropped another vid in the back.
Think about that. The Merchant of Death. This bitch better put up, man. You know what? Triple doubles.
Yeah, I mean that's a good representation of America right now, though. Like how stupid we are and how our priorities are all wrong. Like we look like a total fucking joke in that.
Yeah, that
And
was
yeah,
bad.
that's what happened.
Total joke of what?
When we negotiated for
Brittany
her release
Griner.
from when we negotiated her release from Russia and gave up that weapons merchant that was causing all kinds of problems.
The Lord of
over there.
War.
The Merchant of Death.
Yeah. Look, there's no way that Putin thought that was gonna work. And when it did, he must have been like, wait, what?
Yeah, he was like, hold up.
Yeah, it worked. Yeah. Well, I mean,
He probably texted his top guy at the intel and just said, "The fuck?" question mark, and then the guy was like,
Right.
"Yep,
You're not gonna believe
never."
this shit.
I don't know if Trump doesn't do the same thing.
Do what?
Brings her home some way. Maybe he wouldn't have got fleeced like that, but he would have
Hey,
brought her home.
why would he give a fuck about that bitch? He would nah. Stop
Why
it.
would he give a fuck with her? Because she's like an American like icon in a way.
He's an
Brittany
American
Griner?
citizen, so like he couldn't back down completely, but he wouldn't have given up the Lord of War.
No, I don't think Trump would have gave a fuck. Why would he? Why she doesn't matter?
Well, she's an American citizen, so he would have to try to do something.
You know, but at the same time, they have the one military, our servicemen, and they kept him. You know what I'm talking about, Fisher?
Yeah, but she's a player, and
A
like
Nah,
WNBA player.
man, she don't move the needle for
She does
nobody.
not move the
no,
needle.
but
Trump would have.
she doesn't move the needle. But she's known like she's a known. People know who she is.
Come on,
And the
man.
Alphabet Crew is a very loud organization too.
You knew who she was, Wiki. Like, what are you talking about? You didn't know
Hell no, I didn't know. I didn't
so
know
you
who the
didn't
fuck
know
that
who
bitch
she was.
No.
Okay.
Come on, you know who that bitch was before?
What are you talking about? I remember her from college.
She was good or what?
She was the only other person that like was a star in the league really ever before Kayla Clark because she dunks the ball. So
You know, nobody watches WNBA. People don't watch that
but
shit.
that's not why you save somebody because somebody watches the WNBA. Like if one of them soccer players had gotten fucking was over there, like I don't think that's why you save a citizen from
Yeah.
another country because somebody watches them. That's not the criteria.
Okay.
I think for every other leader, that's what they would think.
I think you really do. You think that Brittany Griner, 6'9" basketball player, is that unknown? Was that unknown? I think every sports fan knew who Brittany Griner was. Every
I
sports
mean,
fan.
like, why does that matter though? Like, she
Yeah.
doesn't have
No, I'm
any
not saying.
real.
I'm just saying that you're saying that nobody knew she was. I'm not saying that.
Well,
No,
well,
that's not what I'm saying.
the
I
point
mean, that
that
might be
I'm
what
saying
Wicked's
is,
saying.
yeah, she would try. I don't think Trump would have done that for her. I think she would have still been in
Nah,
Russia.
I think he would have gotten her home, but I think he would just wouldn't have got. I think he definitely
Yeah.
would have gotten her home.
Yeah, he would have
Maybe.
figured something out. He wouldn't have gotten as fucked as Biden did. Biden was retarded.
Right, the Lord of War.
If
For
you
Brittany
think that
Griner.
Trump, who just pardoned Larry Hoover and Lil Wayne, all these motherfuckers, like yeah, you acting like Trump is like some
Right wing.
yeah, like not even right wing, just like
Sure.
heartless. You acting like he's like a demon or something. Like
No,
Trump,
no.
he ain't even he don't even present. He doesn't even like try to present himself like that.
But there's a serviceman that they were arguing about.
Yeah, but the serviceman was a spy though. He was really a spy though.
Well, the Lord of War was really the Lord of War.
I'm saying I don't think he would have gave him up for it. I don't think Trump would have given him up for
Right,
it.
right. Maybe
I
so.
think Trump would have. Trump is tougher, you know. Trump Trump is tougher on world leaders. They don't play with him the same way they play with other presidents.
Nah, they don't.
Like what Aki's saying is true. Like if Trump pardoned NBA young boy and commuted Larry Hoover's sentence, he would have definitely done something to Griner, but he wouldn't have gone as far to give up the war.
Maybe it makes sense. I guess it does.
He would have
And
found another one.
her circumstances were lousy too. She wasn't there for anything political. You know, she brought drugs into a country where it's illegal.
In Indonesia, she would have gotten killed.
Right, she would have got the death sentence.
Yeah, so
she got off easy.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to sneak drugs into Russia. Right off the top of my head, I think, well, geez, that's probably not real smart.
Yeah,
But
they were saying the gulag. Remember the gulag they put in her neck? Damn, that to have been rough for her. She came back pledging allegiance. She remember she was singing the fucking anthem during the games for like 2 games at least.
Yeah, she really don't give a fuck though.
Nah, this
well,
country's
she was
fucking
just
racist.
glad to get home. She didn't care. She just wanted home. She'd say
how
anything.
racist. Just another day in America.
Yeah, that was just another example of America being retarded.
And to give up the guy that they gave up for anyone, much less a sports ball player. Yeah, that's a tough trade.
Ball. Yeah, sports ball.
I mean, it's a WNBA, but whatever.
Yeah,
It's a welfare league. I mean, they don't make any money.
I mean, I was watching.
They're a loser.
It's tough to watch, man. The WNBA is very tough to watch. It's not really. They're not really that good, Chief.
No, they're terrible. Like they're absolutely awful.
But like, here's the thing though. Like, it's girls playing basketball. Like, think about it. Like, what do you?
But it's like, why they try to make this seem like it's some elite thing that you should waste your time watching?
Because they're girls.
I mean.
Yeah, but that's just another example of America being fucking retarded.
But I mean, I think female volleyball is entertaining. Female softball could be entertaining, but basketball, I try to watch it. I couldn't watch that shit.
I like playing basketball, but watching it is like golf. I like to play golf. I don't like to watch golf.
Well, here's the thing, females are not good at certain sports. Like there was a women's, I think the women's national team or something like that got beat by the women's national soccer team got beat by a high school boys team.
Oh, easy. Yeah, they get clubbed by like 15-year-olds.
Yeah, I mean, high school boys have more testosterone than an 11-year-old boy has more testosterone. I think the only reason they got beat by a high school team, they got crushed too. Like they got destroyed, right? So like
you know what I'm talking about.
What if we went down the rabbit hole? What if we then got them to play the 13-year-old team until they could beat it? What age do you think they could beat?
I'd say maybe like
I think it could be 13.
11 or 12.
13 is kind of young, man. If they can't be 13, that's a shame.
What do you mean? Why would it be a shame? I mean, like if the boys have more testosterone in them, and
they're gonna be faster. The 13-year-old boys are gonna be faster than the girls,
and they're better at aiming too.
Adult professional women, right?
Like, do you see these dorks that dominate the transgenders that dominate the women's sports? These are not like fucking LeBron James in a wig. This is just some weirdo kid from like fucking from like science class who who wants to be a girl now, and he like goes and
who wants
dominates.
to win.
Yeah, and he dominates the women's sport, whatever women's sports he goes into. These are not like top flight athletes that are dominating these women's sports. These are just weirdo kids.
You know, I remember one time in high school there was an event like where the girls volleyball team, the girls varsity volleyball team was playing the teachers, and the teachers were winning, and like these are middle aged men and women, you know what I mean, and like you think the girls will win because they're younger, they're more agile, they're more all that. No, they were losing.
Yeah, like girls need to play against girls, like because it's fair. Like that's all feminism. That's what feminism eats itself, because feminism tells them that they're just as strong as men, and that's a lie. They need to compete against women, compete against women.
That's another thing. I was on the MGTOW Reddit a while ago, and feminism and this anti-racism stuff, they're very alike because they ignore biological realities. And somebody was saying that a lot of these guys who were aware of feminism and aware of the gender differences, that opened them up to being aware of the racial differences as well.
Yeah,
it's so alike.
Yeah.
Is there any professional women's league sport that turns a profit?
No. But
none of them.
But here's the thing. Why would it? Because here's the thing. Women don't support it. So it's all supported by men who already have their own support. So it's like whatever leisure time or time when men have to spend on sports, they're usually going to spend it on men's sports. So you're only getting like the second hand, whatever's left from whatever the men who support sports do.
Well, it's just funny they're so devoid of logic that from the women that are saying, like girls need equal pay and recognition and blah blah blah. They'll say that, but really all they're saying is like men give us stuff because we won't support our own shit.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why people listen to them girls when they say that stuff. I only make videos on it because, I cover that league. But listening to the things they say, it's almost like a child. It's like my daughter, right?
It is a child. That's the way I view it.
Daughter.
Yeah, we go into a store, right? And my daughter, she wants everything. Like she goes in the store and she just starts picking up stuff. Like my daughter stole a ball and a lollipop today. I literally bought her. I bought the balloon for her, right? And then I walk out and we get to the car and she's got this ball and this lollipop, and I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, fuck it. I just got in the car and just fucking left. It's like nobody said. So it's like she just picks up everything. She thinks she wants everything in the store. She wants all that shit. And what I'm saying? And she, that's kind of like how the women, they want everything.
Kind of a touching moment. Your first misdemeanor.
Kind of like
that's not the first time she stole. She's stolen stuff before, by accident. She's not stealing it. She just doesn't understand. Like she sees us at the
Shit costs money,
and she doesn't understand that stuff. You know what I mean? I was just like, and I didn't. Usually, I realize it. You know what I'm saying? But this time, I didn't realize it until.
Yeah, I did it when I was a kid. I stole a pack of chiclets.
Yeah,
with those little hard square gums, and I didn't know what it was. The same thing. I just put it in my pocket.
When we got to the car, I was thinking about going back in and paying for it. I was in a rush. I was like, fuck this shit.
Oh no, we had to go back to the store, and I had to carry it back in there with my sore ass.
Yeah, but yeah. A lot of the things women say, man, I don't really pay attention to, man. I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. I don't really pay attention to that stuff. That stuff is just noise. And I think we we pay attention to this stuff because it's like the only interesting thing about the WNBA. Like the games, like you said, the games, a lot of the games suck. So the and when Caitlin Clark's not playing, the games like suck. So like the only other storylines are off the court. So you're getting inundated with a lot of people who are now covering the league that are
Going
covering
after the soap opera bullshit.
because that's the only thing that's interesting. Like the games, like the one other girl who they're comparing to Caitlin Clark, she can't make a layup. She can't make
What
a
they
fucking layup.
what they need to do is they need to make the WNBA about the personal lives of the players. And they need to sell it like some Real Housewives type
Yeah,
vibe,
exactly.
and women would watch that shit.
And that's and that is literally the only thing that women talk about. The women that watch it or the women that are involved in it on social media, they're all about the racial shit, or somebody said this, or you only like this person because of this, and you like this person because of that. And
Cat fight, the
mhm,
backstabbing.
it's
Yeah,
all
most women don't give a shit about sports of any
no,
kind.
and they're not wired to. They're not wired to care about sports.
No, they weren't raised from the time they
The
were born to be the best.
the
You know,
aggression, the aggression that it takes to play sports, and when they are wired to play sports, it's not. It's still like a different. It's different. It's like they think everything's supposed to be fair. Like if one person think about how Caitlin's getting all the attention because she's by far the best. They can't understand that. They don't understand that. Like, wait a
Yeah,
second,
they
why?
don't operate in hierarchies.
Yeah, like why is she getting all the attention? Well, because she's the only one that reminds the new fans, the fans who are men. She's the only one that they think plays like them and sees the game like they do. And the rest of y'all are like literally like, yeah, like sixth grade boys running around playing. And she's maybe like
that's great boy.
no, she's maybe like, a really good high school player, a really good male high school player. You know what I'm saying? Like a high school All American or something like that. But
Oh,
the rest of you guys are like, sixth and seventh graders just running around, missing layups and shit, and shit dribbling off your foot. And it's like they don't care about that. They still think it's supposed to be fair. Like the attention is supposed to be given out equally, regardless of that.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever seen the social experiment shows where they'll ask women to, like, they'll take a group of 5 or 10 women and they'll ask them to order themselves from most attractive to least attractive?
Mm-hmm.
And the women always do it in the inverse of the men.
Yeah.
What the men rank the women as, and it's like
Yeah.
they're trying to make the ugliest
Feel good
feel
about
the best.
Yeah.
But it's like they're trying to keep everybody on the same mental wavelength, and they don't like hierarchies, and they don't like
the truth.
they
yeah.
yeah they don't
If
like
we
the
all
truth. They
just
don't like
stay with
accountability.
5, then that the 2 will feel better because she's getting 3 of mine, and then I'm a 7.
Yeah.
So, and then they just was that little higher that thing where they're all looking over the fence, but they're on different level blocks.
Let me just say this right quick. We haven't had a donation in 2 hours.
Oh
Think
my God.
about that. Now, I'm just saying, think about that. Nobody's, I mean, all the donations been like $5, right? $5 and $2. But still, even that, you haven't nobody supported the channel in 2 hours. And I'm telling you, man, I'm so tired, man. I could fall asleep right now, man. But we're gonna come back tomorrow, man. Salute to everybody, man. I'm about to pass out, man. Great show. Same black time, same black channel. I'm out of here. Subscribe.
Salute.
See you.